me, and then I'll give me about 30 seconds and we'll turn the recorder on. Okay. Can I start recording? You all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're going to start recording now.
This conference will now be recorded.
Where's page one? Did I lose my page one? Okay. Alrighty. Now I go back to reading all this stuff. All right, Town of Pembroke Park, agenda workshop commission meeting Wednesday, March 27th, 2020 at 8 o'clock p.m. Virtual meeting instruction. Notice is hereby given that the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida will hold a virtual workshop commission meeting utilizing communications media technology in accordance with Governor Ron DeSantis Executive Order 20-9 dated March 20th, 2020 pertaining to conducting local government meetings. Can y'all mute? Thank you. Pertaining to conducting local government meetings while under the public health emergency relating to spread of novel coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 workshop commission meeting Wednesday, May 27, 2020 from 6 to 11 p.m. We're going to implement the Cinderella rule and midnight it is. After midnight, we will all turn into pumpkins and that will end the meeting. You can dial in using your phone.
You said 10 p.m., right?
No, if that's the case, let's go to 9 p.m. and I give you 45 minutes.
We can do it. We can do it.
Really, Howard? Really?
Yep.
All right, that means Mark, Howard has just given you permission to mute his microphone for the entire length of the meeting.
No, at
my
10. We'll do it to 10. 10.
Guys,
Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to help you by making motions. Okay.
There's no
go ahead.
motions. It's a workshop.
all right, sir, I can mute you. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, he
No.
has given you explicit permission to
No.
mute him for the entire meeting.
Okay.
Then we'll get out at 8:30.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
All right. United States toll free 1-877-309-2073. That's 1-877-309-2073. Or you can call using a non-toll free number and pay the toll charges of 1-571-317-3129. That's 1-571-317-3129. The access code for tonight's meeting is 355-457-605. That's 355-457-605. During this meeting, you could submit a text or voicemail at 954-707-9820. That's 954-707-9820. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including on items on the agenda, may submit their comments by email to the interim deputy clerk at townclerk@townofpembrokepark.com. That's TOWNCLERK@townofpembrokepark.com. All comments submitted by email that, if read orally or 3 minutes or less, shall be read into the record. All comments submitted by email shall be made a part of the public record. If any member of the public requires additional information about this town commission meeting or has any questions about how to submit a public comment at the meeting, please contact Marlene D. Martell, interim deputy clerk. Well, actually, let's correct that. Marlene D. Martell, Administrative Service Director at Town of Pembroke Park, 3150 Southwest 52nd Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida, 33023. They can call 954-966-4600, extension 235. With that being said, we are going to Howard. Oh, the flag is there. All right, y'all can see it. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, unmute your mics as Marlon calls the roll.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes. Here.
Commissioner DeVille,
Here.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Here.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Here.
Mayor Mohammed,
Here.
everyone present.
Are there any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda? Nope. Last chance. Going once, going twice. Last chance, 30-second rule. Want to get out before midnight. No additions, deletions, or withdrawals from the agenda. Then I'll entertain that we move forward. Y'all are still looking like y'all are making me scared now. So we have the green light, commissioners.
Move it forward, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Then we are going to move on to public comments related to agenda items and good welfare. So we have received numerous calls regarding the grocery giveaway. Joy, are you there?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, do you have the calls? Because I know a lot of people called and left messages on the machine.
Yes, ma'am. I have Barbara Smith from the town of Pembroke Park. And
Okay.
also I have Elisa Bailey from Pembroke Park Village that called in. And quite a few of your volunteers at the park.
Okay. Okay. And did just state for the record what those calls were in relation to and what they were stating?
They were stating that we continue to go forth with the food drive because it's needed because of the pandemic and because the food shortage in the stores. And they can really use it at this time because some of them are out of work.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. And then I also had a comment from a young lady over at what is that thing? Lakeshore Mobile Home Park. Who I delivered groceries on Saturday, who said that there are 30 seniors who are 85 and older who are in desperate need of food, but because they are stuck inside their homes, they need delivery services. So if we could get someone to work on that, that would be great, because I felt really bad when I carried the box of food over there, not realizing that there were others that were in need. Okay, Gina, you had something? I know I saw a hand.
Yes, thank you. So who's gonna be doing the food drive? Is that gonna be Feeding South Florida again, or? You said we're gonna have another food giveaway.
This Saturday is our last food giveaway.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew there was only gonna be a few left. I wasn't certain, so. How does that work now? Isn't it, I don't know, I heard that they were the ones that in charge and the town has nothing to do with it. Is that true?
What do you mean by that? Oh.
Well,
the other iPad it's ringing.
What I heard was that the last food drives that were gonna take effect was that the Feeding South Florida was, it was gonna be their thing and not the town thing anymore. I don't know. I know that we're involved and we have our volunteers, right, from the town?
Okay, so let me explain how this works.
Yes,
All right,
please
so
do.
Feeding South Florida is responsible for getting food from the farmers, from USDA and all these other agencies. But Feeding South Florida cannot distribute the food to the masses. That's why they rely on partnerships with local municipalities and churches to get the food out to the community.
And use our location.
And use our location. Yes, correct. So in the past, we have utilized several staff members, mainly Joy Brown has been the one that's been coordinating with Feeding South Florida. She's the one who's there at 6 o'clock in the morning when the tractor trailer arrives to deliver the food to us. And she's the last one to leave the parks to close up at the end of the day.
Which is her job.
Okay.
Okay.
She has also been the one to distribute the flyers to the community. She goes out every single week and hand delivers flyers to each and every.
Wait. Flyers. I thought you said that there was no more flyers that we were doing.
We're not doing it. This is the last week. That's it. We're not doing anything else.
Well, I was under the impression that we weren't doing any more flyers. I think it was brought up at a meeting, a couple of meetings ago, that we weren't doing any more flyers. Flyers.
How do you think the people get notification?
Well, I
How do
thought,
the residents get
I thought they
notification?
were being called. You're using the,
The Everbridge? No.
yes.
The Everbridge has 0 phone numbers in it. Until the people register, there are no numbers in Everbridge. Our numbers from Code Red did not transfer over
Old Red.
to Everbridge.
Okay.
We no longer have a contract with Code Red.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, you guys voted on it last month.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so
I'm just,
Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner DeVille have been taking flyers out in their districts every week.
oh, okay.
And so has Commissioner Clark.
Commissioner
Because
Clark
I
has
haven't-
been Joy's
how come-
bodyguard.
Oh, how come I haven't been getting any
Who's bodyguard?
flyers for my park?
They're at City Hall. We come in and pick up our flyers.
Nobody's telling me. This
We
is
come
the
in and
first
pick up
time-
our flyers. We've come in and put flyers in. I know me and Joy had, who else came over there? Who came with me and Joy over there to give out flyers?
I did.
Okay. We've
And
come
when
in and
was
put
that?
flyers in your park. This was a few weeks ago before I got sick.
Well, don't you think you should drop them off to me, knowing that I'm the manager? I mean, that's what they've
You said
always
you were
did
shut
with
in.
it, so- Huh?
You said you were shut in, you weren't going out, so that's why
Oh,
we
no,
took.
no. But I still can put out the flyers to my residents. I've always done that.
You have, I'm gonna butcher his name because I always get lost and lawless.
Okay, and then, okay.
Jimmy?
Yes, Jimmy Lawless.
Jimmy, we've delivered food to Jimmy several times. Jimmy has come out a couple of times as well.
Right. And,
There are a couple of other residents that have come out from there that, that come out that they know of the event. We give them the flyers and they come out.
okay.
So,
Well,
well, this is the last week, so I don't think it matters at this point. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
okay.
Saturday and that's it.
Well, I didn't realize you guys were making any more flyers up.
We
I
make
was
flyers
under
up
the
every single
impression
week.
that you weren't doing it no more.
We give out
no more
flyers
flyers.
we give out flyers every single week.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what's gonna happen to those 30 seniors that are in Lakeshore Mobile Home Park
Uh-huh.
because they are in dire need of food.
It's not
Mhm.
true.
And
And that's your, oh, no, that's not my district. That's Howard's. I'm sorry.
yes, Howard.
Yeah, and I know Jeffrey and Ray have also delivered a lot of flyers, no matter where they're at.
Mhm. Well, they
we got-
always delivered them to me and I haven't
thought-
gotten any. I mean, I didn't even know there was flyers being made.
There are flyers that go out every single week. Jacobs, Ray, Howard, myself, we go out every week and do flyers.
Well,
Vice
next
Mayor
time,
goes
make
out
sure
with
that you
Joy.
give me,
Yeah.
next time, make sure that I get my flyers, okay? For my park.
Okay,
Okay, the flyers will be ready for you tomorrow for pickup.
Yep.
Good, thank you. And Joy, make sure that Joy contacts me and, you know, make sure that I'm aware of what's going on.
Gina, I'll make sure that they're at
Okay.
your house.
Okay, thank you,
You're welcome, ma'am. Okay, bye.
thank you.
Go ahead, Jacobs.
This is just why we all need to use the same assistant, because if everyone gets it, we all get all the info, we all go out, we're using different assistants, there's no consistency. So every week I've been going out, my wife's been going out, my kids come with us. We go and walk all of Lakeshore, we Park Lake, we go through our park, we go through La Siesta, all the parks in our area. We go door to door and make sure everyone has flyers. Everyone in our community knows so much that we do this every Saturday. They're all used to it now. And we have seniors that my wife delivers to, Ray's wife delivers to. The people that can't get out have called the town, left their info with Joy, and we actually go out and deliver groceries to them because they can't get here. But a little consistency with the assistants would probably help out a lot.
So, yeah,
And may I've said it in the past at several meetings too, that I want Joy to let me know of all these events that you're having. And if there are gonna be flyers made, which it was just a few months ago when she told me, or I was on the phone, that there was you guys are not making and doing the flyers anymore. So I didn't even know you were doing the flyers.
Okay.
Feeding South Florida does the flyers. We print them out and we distribute them. Feeding
Okay.
South Florida has a standard
Okay.
flyer that they want distributed. We also, when we do the flyers for the food giveaway, we also do the flyers for the census because of the fact that we are the lowest counted city in Broward County. We finally just hit the 30%, whereas most cities are at 60 and 70. We're only at 30. So we are trying to do everything we possibly can to encourage people to fill out the census, because as you know, each person that gets counted in a census per city, the cities get $2,500 per year.
Okay.
Per person. Doesn't matter if they're a green card holder, if they are a full-time resident, part-time resident. Even the Canadians, when they come into town, they count for our numbers to get us that I see you, Jacob, to get our $2,500. So we pass out flyers every single week, encouraging people to get those census numbers up, because I get a call every single week from the county, from Senator Nan Rich, telling me our numbers are down and we have to get them up.
All right. So that's being said. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we will give you a stack of those flyers as well.
Oh, I'll be there
And
tomorrow to pick them up.
And maybe you can encourage your residents to fill it out their census forms. Jacobs and then Howard.
Not a problem.
I think someone needs to get in touch with all the HOAs around here, because everyone has an HOA or a contact list. Have the managers send the census out to their residents via email. It's an online link. It's very simple to fill out. My other suggestion is we have staff needing to work, things for them to do. We can take these iPads and go door to door and have them fill out the census, keep track of where they've gone. Our town isn't that big that it wouldn't take that long to canvass the whole town. But, if they kept a map on it, houses they went to and made contact with, when the census is complete, they could mark that one off and go back. All this does is help our municipality, especially when we're coming up with our own fire department and police department and all that, to have our services. This gets money back to us. So, it would behoove us to go out and get all the census filled out that we can.
Howard has something. He disappeared though.
Regulation about that. We cannot just go.
I'd like to say, Commissioner Cohen, each flyer that goes out, your picture is on it along with the other 4. And at each event, whenever we get the microphone, we always mention all 5 commissioners. So just so you know, you have never been left out. Your name and picture is on each flyer. And so even though, so you're part of the team, you're part of us, and we're only trying to make things better.
Okay, so
I'll
with
pick up
that
my
being said,
flyers.
you'll have your flyers tomorrow to distribute to your district. And I'm not sure if you want to also distribute in your district on Saturday.
No, I will not be attending the food thing, the food drive. I
Okay.
won't, but I will stay in my park because I know my residents. I know who's who, what's what. So I'll deal with my residents here. Okay, and in District 1.
Okay. All right, so with that said,
And that's the way it's always been in the past.
what's been that? You
Well-
usually used to
Well,
come
we
and
used
get
to
the
have,
food.
Jeffrey used to drop off the flyers to me and I would pass them out to my residents.
Okay, but since code enforcement has been moved under the building department,
Right,
code enforcement has nothing to do with any of the events.
right, and I know that. Okay, but I've had flyers given to me, and they left them at the town hall, but I haven't seen anything. And again, I was under the impression that you weren't doing flyers anymore.
Yeah,
And I
I'm
think
not.
you said something. I'll have to check back to the meetings. But, okay, so now I know. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where that misconception came from because the flyers have been given to us by Feeding South Florida every single week.
Okay, right,
They-
no, I just, okay, not a problem, thank you.
Okay, is there anything else on that? I do want to thank Feeding South Florida because of Feeding South Florida, we have been successfully able to feed 1,000 families each week for the past, I'm not sure if it's 8 weeks now or 10 weeks or whatever it's been. But our highest number was 3,659 families in 1 week. And our lowest number was, I think, 900. And so Vice Mayor can use those numbers as he applies for grants for the parks.
Well, we're going to be applying for the USDA grant coming up, and that was part of the criteria. We had to have so many people. So thank you very much, Joy and Madam Mayor.
And that's all the people of our residents of the town? Is that where you're getting the count, or where are you getting the count from?
The count are the number of cars that have driven through to collect food from the grocery giveaways.
Okay, so that's
So
from other parts of other municipalities.
it includes everyone because of the fact that it's not our food. We can't discriminate on who receives the food. So when we give out the food is to anyone first come, first serve. They give us a strict guideline on, who we can and who we can't. And the only thing is that we cannot give to another organization. But other than that, the food is first come, first serve to anyone who needs in the community. They actually advertise the events on their websites as well, stating that this is a distribution point for them because we have an agency relationship with them. We try to limit the number of staff members that we use. However, because Joy is the events coordinator, she has to be there every time. And so do the parks guys because of the fact that they have the keys. They know how to operate the pallet jack. They have the alarm codes. They open the parks, close the parks, open the building, close the building, get us the equipment, use the trucks to bring over the tables and all of that stuff. So
They have all
that's
the
why,
keys.
yeah, I mean, that's their division. So that's why
Right.
they're there all the time. We do have several staff members who volunteer outside of the parks because, they don't mind giving up their Saturday to providing services in the community and helping out our residents. So we do have several staff members that come out. And they've been coming out. Jocelyn has always come out for our events. So has Lucy. You know, Lucy has been one of the people that even when we had the hurricanes, Lucy would come with me door to door to make sure that our residents had water when we had no power. So when we had those pods and, you know, there was nothing, you know, you couldn't get the message out there, hey, there's water at the park. You know, Lucy and Adrian and Mizell and Chris, we'd load up the trucks and go door to door through the community to give out the water. So those are, you know, the normal staff members that come out. Susie, since Susie joined the team, Susie's come out. Stephanie, you know, always comes out, as well as, you know, prior events coordinator, you know, she knows the routine. So she always comes out as well. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting someone? Miriam actually volunteered before she even started working for us as an employee, and she continues to come out every week as well. Am I missing anybody?
Yeah.
Who am I missing?
Wait a minute.
Who am I missing, Howard?
Oh,
What volunteers? What other volunteers?
oh,
Staff
volunteers.
volunteers or volunteers?
Well, let's go to
Well,
staff.
they're volunteers, right? They're staff volunteers.
Well, staff
Yes.
volunteers get
Excuse
paid
me,
time and a half for coming out.
If I may interject, is it possible to just give her a report of who these individuals are? Because you're over 20 minutes on an item that's not even on the agenda.
Okay.
It would be much more helpful.
Well, those were the public comments that came in, but there were questions regarding those comments. But that's why we were addressing those items.
I'll
that-
pick up my flyers tomorrow. Let's move on.
Okay,
But-
go ahead, Vice Mayor.
After saying everybody, you cannot leave out the Pembroke Park Church of Christ, Macaulay, Caporero, the community, the town of Pembroke Park Community Garden, you know, those, Levon, Brenda, Paulette. So a lot of people have been out there. The Pembroke Park Firefighters Association of Florida. Not
You
Pembroke
renamed
Park.
them.
Yeah, I renamed them. So let's move on. There's a lot of people that have helped. We do have to say that. Plus Ray, plus Jeffrey, and everybody is welcome, plus the mayor, plus the mayor's mom. Go ahead, Chris, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we usually have about 50 to 75 volunteers every week. Okay. So I think that's it for public comments, reports of committee and city staff. Is there any reports? Number one, you have the fire report for March and April from Chief Kane. If there's no questions, we're gonna move on. Where's the police report? Do we have police? Okay, no police reports. Okay, just fire. All right. Building department monthly report. Does anyone have any questions of Miguel?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Miguel Munoz, building official. Thank you for having me today. I have if somebody,
That's not me. Somebody has to mute.
everybody mute will be nice. Thank you. Just to inform you, we are still under the emergency procedure for the COVID-19. Right now, nobody goes into the building department. We have expanded our electronic process and the electronic footprint, even though we don't have a per se electronic system, but we are adapting what we have, and we continue adapting and new technologies in order to have and serve our customers. In addition to that, we have received, like I mentioned, by the numbers, we have lowered our number of inspections, even though we have not stopped doing inspection, but the system and the times have put us a little bit lower the standard marks in a monthly basis. We are still collecting in the revenue part, we're still collecting above the requirements of the building department. Therefore, that's something that we're gonna have to discuss at a later date with the finance department in order to be compliant with the state statutes. In accordance to the projects, you see the projects in there. Everybody is moving correctly, is moving in inspections as normal, even though we have a couple of questions about other projects. In addition to this, something that is not on this report, I would like to recommend to the town council to, I was present during the previous meeting when the opening of the town hall was discussed. I will respectfully request that the building department and any other area from the building which is accessible by the public do not be opening until we have the sneeze guard splash guard, aka plexiglass. Even though they are recommended because of the 6-foot distance that we cannot have at our counters, that put in jeopardy not only our staff, that also puts in jeopardy our customers, internal and external. I will strongly recommend for you to think about it and have those in place before the building is open. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Miguel.
What, Mayor, may I just
Go
have
ahead.
a question. You said the fly, or to Mr. Clark, or Vice Mayor Clark, you said that the flyers that you're putting out now, those are from feeding South Florida, correct?
As far as what I've been told.
Okay, so our pictures are not on those flyers, are they?
I think,
No, they're not.
Oh,
Okay, so why did you say they were?
because there's a
I mean, that's why
flyer,
I've been getting confused with things.
because I know there's a flyer that we were putting out.
I
That
know
had
at
all
first
five.
you were, and
All
that's
five.
why I don't know, and I haven't seen anymore. And when I
Yeah.
did question it, and I don't know, I can't remember. I'll have to go back and look
Yeah.
at my records. But I thought that there wasn't going to be any more flyers.
I
But
don't know that, but
listen.
I know what I've handed out.
all right, thank you, Mayor.
There was all our names were on it.
Okay, well, they're not now, but and our pictures are not on them, but that's okay. As long as I get mine from my district and I can pass them out tomorrow, I'll be more than happy to pick them up tomorrow. And I thank you.
You see that, Gina? It just has the town logo on it. That's it.
Yeah, that's the first time I'm seeing it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's the first time I've seen that one
Is
myself.
that on our website,
Yes,
Mayor?
it is.
Oh,
Yes, it
okay.
is.
When did you post it?
This one was from May 2nd. So
Oh, my
every
birthday.
week,
Okay.
Oh,
Is that
every
the one
week-
that,
every
that
week
the
there's a new
recent-
one. No, every week
Okay.
there's one that changes the date.
Okay, this
Stop
one
worrying.
right now, this recent one that you're showing me, that was posted when?
What happened? Oh, the phone went to sleep. Sorry. That flyer there is May 2nd. They've been doing this for a while now. So if
Okay.
you go, even if you go on the Facebook page for the town, you'll see every week it's a new flyer with the same exact flyer. It's just that
Okay.
they changed the date, and they're the ones that changed the date. So we have nothing to do with it other than printing and distributing.
When did they stop the picture?
Commissioner
Oh,
Cohen,
because they're doing it now, right?
Commissioner Cohen,
Okay.
those flyers have been posted in the front bulletin of the town and on the back bulletin of the town. And they've been, they just so you know, they have been putting them up every single week. They
Okay.
have been changed out according to the dates, but yes, those
Okay.
are the ones that have been posted.
All right, thank you. All right. Thank you, Howard.
Yeah, you're welcome, Gina.
And there's the newest one right there, May 30th.
Okay, that's the one we'll
Okay.
hand out this week.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking. BTR, Michelle Groom, sorry about that. Michelle, unmute, please. Michelle, unmute. We can't hear you. The little red tab on the top of the iPad. It looks like a old-fashioned microphone. We still can't hear you. Is it green or is it red? If it's green, it's good. If it's red, we can't. Oh, Mark, what's going on with her iPad? Because she said it's green.
Okay, so Mark is not here at the present time. And he wasn't able to leave me as the administrator. So can we go to the next person and then we can go back to Michelle if that's okay with all of you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
now we can hear you now, Michelle. Go ahead.
That necklace
Okay,
looks familiar.
I'm using both my computer and my phone. Okay,
Not sure what's going on with the phone. You have the report. I'm going to highlight one or two items. If you go to the second page of the billing update, the second page, line item 84. This is just an update. You'll see it on the following report. There are 32 accounts still outstanding. However, only 3 of them have not been visited by code enforcement, and you'll see it on the next report. And the item number 86 is an update for the collections. I was given a project to do collections of the outstanding inactive accounts as of 9/30, and a mailing went out on 11/6/2019. The amount that was collected total for that period from 9/30 up into March 1st was $4,875.02. Let me also point out that 44% of that was collected prior to the mailing. Our normal procedure with any inactive accounts is we keep them on the books. If someone does a lien request or a search, we let them know at that time. So it looks like, you know, both efforts were productive, but not at the rate that we wanted. So we would need to have some kind of decision made on those inactive accounts, whether we're going to write those off. Remember, I had given you a review of those accounts back in April, I think, of 2019, which the auditors want us to address and take care of so that we don't keep those on the books. Did you have any other questions? Chris,
Yes, I'm here.
can you send out collection notice letters to them?
Yes. Yeah, as long as we made a determination that they're still there. We're glad to do it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, let me point out something, Mayor. The direction was given for Chris to review the collection letter that was sent out on November 6th. And that's what was done. So if we're going to do anything, we need to maybe consider the fact of maybe using a collection company and getting a percentage of whatever they collect, because the attorney did review the letter and that was the letter that was sent out. No. Chris can do the collection letter. He's a lawyer. They have more. When you see that letter from the law office of Ryan and Ryan, that is a collection letter.
I'm glad you still believe that, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I like that on his letterhead. But Chris, didn't you do collections
Yeah,
for
I'll get Michelle to get the list, and we can get those out.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Michelle, why do I feel like you had something else on the agenda? Our Clear Channel isn't yours. Where's Clear Channel? Okay, no, Clear Channel is going under Harry. Okay, never mind. All right, thank you, Michelle. Wait, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Clear Channel, I have some background information on it, but yes, Harry will be bringing that up. And if you need more information, you can let me know. Okay. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Okay. You're welcome. Oh, wait, we covered both the updates on outstanding renewals and the BCRs. Okay, perfect. All right. Jeffrey, we're doing code enforcement monthly report.
There we go. Can you hear me? Perfect. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Jeffrey Lewis, Code Enforcement Supervisor for Pembroke Park. The monthly report is for April, the month of April. As you know, we're still under emergency orders and the pandemic, so we've kept things pretty light and simple. We've only issued a notice of violations and to work that's being done while construction is allowed, courtesy notices to everyone else as we move along. And just pretty much cleaning up the town, making sure things are in order, and removing trash and debris. One of the major ones is, of course, Condado Real, which we've had issues with trash, debris, bulk pickup. And we were finally able to have Waste Management come in and pick up the bulk trash and debris, and they're going to bill them directly. In the meantime, we've been working on signs projects around town, updating those photos so that way we have the signs, and also all of our supplemental order claim of liens, and finishing up the paperwork for the lien process as well. Is there any questions or concerns regarding the report?
Does anyone have any questions? Ray?
Jeffrey, Condado Real, there's a metal wall bar thing on the floor. It's been there for a while. Have you noticed it?
Yes, we have noticed it. We have set that up as well. We're just going to write notice of violations regarding that as well and put that on
Both not flipping properly. Okay. Jeffrey, can you also keep an eye on the apartment complexes, because there's been a lot of dumping. I don't know if people are moving in and out. I did call Coker out one day because there was a pickup truck with about 10 mattresses that had pulled up beside the dumpster. So can you keep an eye on that? Because every time we go by, I've noticed that there's a lot of debris on the outside of the dumpster, and the dumpsters are actually empty.
Yes, I did get your message. Thanks. Jocelyn has been monitoring that area and has been in contact with management to make sure everything has been clear.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Gina.
Yes, also on Carolina Street, the wall there's graffiti. So I don't know if that's who's responsible for that. If that's not our wall, right? Is that the park? The concrete on Carolina. There's
where?
The huh?
Closer to where? 31st Ave?
Just before you get to John Lyons, and they have the concrete for the mobile home parks there. That would be the bamboo.
Okay, not a problem. I can check that out.
Yeah, check it out. There was graffiti. Thank you.
Commissioner Gina?
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen, this is Lucy,
Yes.
building manager. As a matter of fact, today, I sent a list to Supervisor Jeffrey Lewis, and I was in that area, and it was noted, all those graffiti, all the way to John P. Lyon, all the way to Joseph Edelman business. So it was noted, photographed, and we're gonna write the courtesy or the notice of violation on that.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry to butt in into the meeting, but I had to jump in, okay?
Well, thank you for your awareness.
Thank you, Lucy. That's not you barging in. We
I
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Great. The other item that I have on here as well is in regards to code enforcement for COVID-19. Broward County is preparing a memorandum of understanding to where municipalities are able to enforce the executive orders, make sure, businesses have their distance or wear a mask or whatever it may be. Whenever anyone calls in, they're trying to have the community call into 311, and then they'll distribute it to the municipality. And there is a compensation portion of it that goes to the municipalities. So they're working out on the details, but I did want to bring that to your attention for discussion.
Okay. So yes, the CARES Act that gave the county money to distribute or to utilize for the cities to do pandemic related items. the county has decided to utilize that money to pay for code enforcement related expenses. So they'll actually be they'll actually be sending each city money based on the number of calls to 311. So if you utilize 311 to make those code enforcement calls, 311 will be, the towns will be reimbursed for code enforcement costs. We've been kind of fighting those issues because there's a lot of other things that the money could be utilized for, where it would put that money into the hands of the community for those that have lost their jobs, but the county has chosen to utilize the money for that. All right, so when that memorandum comes through, Jeffrey, can you get it over to legal so that we can get it approved and put on the commission and voted on? Because we definitely need to.
Right, the commission would need to vote on it too, if that's something we want to move forward with. Yes, so once I get that
Hey,
information.
we have no money issue taking other people's money. I mean, I would love to use it for other programs, but unfortunately the county, because we're not 500,000 residents, the county is in charge of the money for all of us.
Right. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Assistant Town Manager Noel Daughtrey, hurricane season update. You have a hurricane pandemic plan. Assistant Town Manager.
Mr. Daughtrey? Sir? Mr. Daughtrey?
Unmute your mic. You have to hit the red button on the top left, top right of your screen. Is he still logged in? Oh, well, we can't tell. Mark's not there. Never mind.
No, I'm here. Hold on. I'm here. Yeah, he's logged in. He is logged in. He's not muted. So I don't know.
Mr. Daughtrey.
I think Howard went to go get him.
Okay. I know that he's presenting this, let me see, page 40. He's presenting this pandemic operation guidance for the 2020 hurricane season.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
We really don't have a hurricane plan, mitigation plan, so how is this gonna work?
Because we know that the issue is going to be about the distancing and working with the county to make sure we follow their rules. That's why the whole packet is in your packet, so you can see exactly what it is we have to do. Because of the pandemic, it does not stop the hurricane. So we have been working to prepare to make sure that we can act properly to protect the citizens of our town. So what we've done was put together, it's about 40 pages, step by step of all the different stuff that the managers have suggested to all of us. And that's what we've been doing. That's what this package is.
Mr. Daughtrey, do you know, I know that we've been having this conversation back and forth on these conference calls for the pandemic, for the non-congregated shelters. Have the cities been putting together memorandums of understanding with local hotels and things like that so that we can address the issues, especially cities that have high mobile home communities? Because of the fact that we know that we're not going to be able to use like Watkins Elementary School as the shelter if we get a level 2. And so we're going to have to position them somewhere. So have we been, have this other cities been working on that? And if so, are we currently working on that as well? Or do we need to get started on that? Because with hurricane season starting this weekend, we need to make sure that we have, shelters in place for our residents in the mobile home communities, as they're
yes,
automatically ordered to evacuate.
We've been working with the county And the managers been meeting on Thursday and Friday. And hopefully we should be able to find out how we're going to staff these emergency facilities. Because
Well, which facilities are we going to be utilizing? Because
well, we want to utilize the school that's right here down from Town Hall, but we really don't have permission yet to do that because that's controlled by the school board. And the county has been not committed to who is going to man it.
yeah, we've been fighting that one for 2 years. They passed a resolution 2 years ago stating that the cities are going to have to send their staff. And well, at the time, Mayor Bogdan understood that Pembroke Park does not have enough staff members. And we actually had the conversation because in the past, they've actually had city attorneys staffing the shelters, which because of the fact that essential personnel need to have, you know, boots on the ground and, you know, deal with other things. So they've been sending accountants and, well, not really, they've sent a couple of accountants, but not all because of the fact that we need them for FEMA related reimbursements, but they have been sending accountants and attorneys because those are the only employees that cities have that are not boots on the ground in the middle of a disaster. So there is supposed to be a carve out for small cities, but the question is going to happen is that right now you can't have that distance. You're not going to be able to meet the distancing requirement if you put everybody in a gymnasium.
Right.
And so we need to identify alternative sites based on the fact that our community is predominantly mobile home.
Correct.
We need to be able to have something in place, an agreement in place with some other local facilities to house people should we need to.
The Jeffrey has been really working with them because he's been our key person working with them on that. And the debate has been about the location for people who from Pembroke Park can have a place to go. Jeffrey, you and I were talking about it today.
Yes, we were talking about it today and on the Broward County phone call, they're still working out the plans in regards to sheltering for the hurricane season. And as they're developing it, they'll go ahead and push out more information to us. And once but yes, definitely Watkins Elementary has been one of our main concerns to where they'll take that shelter off of that list. And we want to make sure that that shelter is available for our residents. I'll go ahead and work on and ask the question to Brown County about having alternate sites. Right now, the only thing that we have is the non-conjugate agreement. So that way, first responders, employees or anything else, if they need to go ahead and be in a hotel, FEMA will go ahead and take care of that.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Can we go ahead and have communication? Can we open a communication between the local hotels here so that when this does happen, if it does happen, we have an agreement in place with them from now to make sure that our residents are taken care of?
Yeah, not a problem. We can start that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Noel, do you need this adopted next week?
Did they give us a deadline yet? It needs to be, I think, on the commission meeting when we have a voting meeting.
Okay, Marlon, can you put this on for the next meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, what else do we have? 8.1, change of employee assigned and or that are authorized to use town credit card and Florida Municipal Investment Trust.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Commission. What we have here are two separate issues as a result of the former Public Works Director no longer being an employee of the town. Starting with the credit card, credit card. Todd's credit card was, for lack of better words, a creded card of choice for employees when they needed to use a credit card, mainly IT as well as finance, because IT and finance currently do not have a town-issued credit card. So what the request is now that Mr. Larson is no longer an employee of the town, to the commission to authorize a town-issued credit card for IT department and or the finance department. So that's item number one. Item number two, regarding the Florida Municipal Investment Trust. Mr. Larson was the sole signer on the account. I'm sorry, and the member, and he was also the point of contact. So we need to update the signature card with the Florida Municipal Investment Trust, as well as the point of contact application. The signature card does state that a resolution does need to be adopted, and for the authorized signer of the card. So those are the two items on the table.
Okay. The credit card, that's an easy one. We can work on that tomorrow. Had you said that before, we could have already addressed that. The Florida Municipal Investment, Chris will need a resolution for that. So could you have that on for whenever our next meeting is?
Yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Taubenfeld. Mr. Taubenfeld, who do you want to have the signer be on that?
I would leave that up to the commission to decide. Again, the previous signer was Todd Larson and Natasha Joseph were the two previous signers and point of contacts. So whoever the commission determines, I'm fine with. And I'll just go ahead and make sure that the applications are done.
Okay, do you want to make Mr. Daughtrey as the assistant town manager, one of them, and maybe Mr. Taubenfeld as the other, since it's both deal with insurance and funding? Just a suggestion.
Yeah, that's fine. In the past, it was the finance director and Todd Larson. So, and even at one point we had what was that girl's name? That's Natalia from Plantmore. So it's rotated a couple of times, and I think at one point Valerie was even a signature. So I'm fine with that. Go ahead, Jacobs.
With regards to Todd Larson, we have to correct something here. The town manager told him he could keep his phone and phone number. The thing is that all that data on his phone is all public record, so we need to get a copy of everything that's on it. And the phone number itself is the town phone for all the contacts for public works, so we need to take our phone number back as well. But the assistant town manager gave him directive he could keep that phone and phone number, but we need to fix that mistake.
In the past, we've always allowed people to keep their phone numbers. The phones have not, but the phone numbers we have always allowed city managers, assistant managers, everyone, they've been allowed to port their numbers over to whatever respective carrier.
In this case, I would say he's been our public works director and in that position for 20 years. That's the contact for public works for the town of Pembroke Park. So that number should stay with that position.
Yeah.
We required them to pay for the phone.
I'm not concerned about the actual physical phone itself. All the data on that phone is public record. We need to have a copy of it, so they need to download everything that's on the phone. The IT department needs to download all that data on the phone so we have access to it. Also, that phone number has been the primary contact for our public works department. If Miriam right now, as she's head of that department, as it is, that's all the contacts for everything that we need to do for public works, other towns and everything else. We have a problem with a piece of the ground falling in on 52nd Street right now, and she's struggling to find out with contacts and get that information because all those contacts are stored on Todd's phone. So that's information that should stay in the town. The number should stay in the town with that position. So that way, when someone calls the public works director, they're calling the public works director, whoever may be filling those shoes at the time. I understand that may be the way it used to be done, but I don't think it's the correct way to do things. That number should stay with that position.
Go ahead, Gina.
And I agree with Mr. Clerk Commissioner Jacob. And I came across a couple of problems because I have been monitoring this whole drainage situation. Okay. And there's contacts that he has, and he has a lot on his phone that really could have been helpful to me. And I found out today because I couldn't understand why the water wasn't going down when we had all the pumps on. Well, come to find out, we didn't have the contact number and the person to talk to, the direct person to talk to from Hollandale, where 95 is, where their pump station that controls the pump station there, where the water goes out, that was not on. And when I talked to Miriam, she tried to get a hold of this person, but it took Gary that he finally got the guy's number. I met with the guy today, and the pumps are off, but now they are on, and now the water is flowing out, and every water is going down. The lakes are all going down. So, and again, in the past, anybody, just like Natasha, she had to turn in her phone. All the employees had to turn in their phone. Those are government phones. They're, and they should not have that, those phones. So,
Yeah, and Madam Mayor.
I mean, that's how it always been.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, I agree 1000%. All these numbers and contacts, it is crucial that we have these. We found out today that, as Gina is saying, Gina's over there watching, and so am I. We're all working together as a team. Miriam, Gary, everybody. And their pumps were off over at I-95 and not getting the water out. So it took Miriam and Gary, and then Gary actually going over there and
to meet with the guy.
And met with the guy and said, turn on the pumps, and then the water started going down. So
and make sure he turned on every switch. And now the water is circling in the lakes, and it's all flowing out, and everything is going down. I have been working diligently on this, and I've been up 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, driving the streets, talking with the residents. Even at Lakeshore, I was over there talking with those residents. So, but I'll tell you, considering that everything was in the pump 95 wasn't working, they discovered that yesterday.
Hey, no,
hey guys, can I just say something?
Yes.
We understand there were problems. We're trying to move forward and correct those.
Yes.
It's crucial that the town gets the phone number back and the data that's on the phone. Again, I could care less about the phone itself, but the stuff that's public record needs to stay public record on the phone, and the phone number needs to come back to the Public Works Director position. So,
we need all those contacts.
The information on the phone, the information on the phone is, the phone has been turned over to IT for them to download all of the information that's within the phone. So the town will have 100% of all of the information that's on the phone. And we have already, since Todd left, communicated with all of those agencies that is no longer with the town of Pembroke Park.
Yeah.
Communication is fine, but that number is key for the Public Works Director position. That phone number is what everybody has when they need to contact the Public Works Director of Pembroke Park. That number goes to that position, and that's the way these numbers need to stay.
Yeah, I have to agree to that. And
go ahead, Yolanda, after Howard.
Not a personal phone number; it's a town phone number.
Yeah, go on, Yolanda, and I'll follow up after you.
I just wanted to ask Mark from IT if he has the phone. I got a little bit confused because
No, I do not have the phone in my possession. I've been approached a couple times, and I've told everybody that going to take me time to do it, to go through it, because there's a lot of stuff on there. And if we are not going to keep the phone, I got to be, be absolutely sure I get everything off the phone. I'm not going to rush. It's not going to be an hour time.
Somebody mute your phone, your thing, please. We can't hear Mark. Please mute. Everyone mute.
So I've told, when I've talked to people about it, I need the phone. It's going to take me a day or two. I can't do it in an hour because, like I said, I don't want to miss anything that may be important on there. And we don't know what's on the phone. I have no idea how much information's on there, and I need time to go through it. And whatever the commission decides, I'll do whatever you want. But, I'm going to need time to go through it and get everything off of there.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that he did not have the phone because I wasn't aware that he had it yet.
No, I do not.
Hello? May I, Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I just want to know now, are we going to be starting a new policy? Because I know in the past, everybody had to turn in their phones. And if we're going to allow him to have his phone, does that mean that we're going to allow everybody else that leaves the town, they can keep their phones?
Bob and Tom kept their phone numbers.
No, they maybe
Bob
their
and
phone,
Tom
but they.
Bob
But they
and Tom, we allowed them to port their phone numbers over. We did take the phones back.
The phones,
but
right.
We took the
That's what I'm
physical
talking
phone
about.
back, but the phone numbers, they were allowed to port their numbers over to whatever carriers they wanted to do.
Okay, and we took Natasha's phone.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I just want to know, do we have to
No,
start?
because those phones were paid for by the town. Like my phone here, even though it's a city phone, I paid for my phone because I wanted an iPhone 10.
Right.
So if y'all want to give me my money back, that's perfectly fine when I leave. And I can go buy me the iPhone 11.
Well, you didn't buy it, just the town did.
Nope,
right?
I paid for it.
Oh, well then it's your
Because
fault.
I wanted this, but it's.
But they didn't pay for theirs.
No, they didn't pay
That's
for
what I'm
theirs.
saying. Do we have to start, is this going to be a new policy?
That's completely up to you all.
Chris?
I mean, we allowed the employees to port their numbers over because of the fact that they had personal connections on those phones, because they not only use the phone for city, but they also used it for personal.
Okay, Chris, can you answer this question? Are they allowed to keep their phones? Can you answer, and do we have to start, is this going to be a new policy that they can keep their phones and, how does this work? I just want to make sure we're doing something that it's legal. Chris?
I was fiddling with my microphone. Sorry.
Okay.
Good.
No, I asked you that, Todd still has his phone.
Right.
He didn't turn it in. And Mr. Daughtrey allowed him to keep his phone.
Right.
Okay, I know in the past, anyone that had left the town, it was that they had to give their phones up back
Right.
to the town because the town paid for those phones, and those are government phones, and they carry a lot of information. Okay.
Mhm.
Is he allowed to keep that phone, and if we're gonna let him keep that phone, do we have to start do we start a new policy?
Okay. I think the policy, it's a government issued phone, so the town owns it, and they own the phone number, as Commissioner Jacques is saying, and it should be used solely for town business. People should not be using these phones for their personal business anyhow. They should have a separate phone of their own that they use when they want to communicate with their friends and family, and the phone should only be done for business purposes. So when a person leaves their employment in town of Pepper Park, it should be any question at all. They do just turn the phone over to the town and go on their way. And they, and the fact that he may want that number because people call him on a personal basis, that's unfortunate that he shouldn't have done that. He should have had a separate phone number.
Okay. HR.
Go ahead, Yolanda.
Thank you.
Say that I agree with the town attorney. I think that the personal and business should not be mixed. And even if that's something that has been done in the past, which that's how it was done before, and there's nothing we can do about it now. we do have a really good opportunity that we are looking at the employee handbook to make sure that moving forward, all of the employees know who have a town issued phone that they need to start transitioning their personal life out of that town issued phone. And then moving forward, it's just a business number. And then they're obligated to turn it in after they are employed with the town. So I would recommend that we implement that moving forward. And then you all decide tonight, you know, what the best course of action is based on past practice and based on what you'd like to see moving forward. I mean, it's a combination of the two.
We would just have to reimburse him then, because we required him to pay for the phone. So he's paid for the phone. We'd have to then reimburse him for the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor?
Go
I
right
didn't
ahead.
know he was paying for his phone. I thought the town was paying for that. I guess I missed that, but I don't know. Chris, what do you have to say on that?
No, he's just saying that Todd bought the phone, so you need to pay him back. It's just his wash. I mean, you're getting the phone back, and Todd's getting his money back.
Okay.
All right. All right.
I think,
So,
Jacob, did you?
all right. So y'all are getting the number back since the majority of y'all want the number. So the number will be assigned in Public Works. Ray, did you have something?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to say I agree. We should keep the number. It was a town number. It was an important town number because he's a department head. So we never know who's going to try to reach him or the town on that number. The phone, like Jacob said, I don't really care about the phone, but the number is important because we don't know who has it out there, who might need to get in touch with us. I also think we should have a log of all the important numbers, so that not just one person have those numbers stored on their phone. Maybe we could implement somewhere. Any company we deal with, here's a number to them. Every company that works for the town, here's a number for them. And we keep that logged in the system somewhere where anyone could easily have access to it.
And Mayor, I just want to make it clear that it's not the phone. It's the numbers that are on the phone that I'm concerned
Well,
about.
doesn't Smarsh catalog those numbers, or what does Smarsh do? Only if they get a text message from somebody?
Smart only.
Smart archives text message. Excuse me, sorry, Commissioner.
All right, so the majority of y'all have spoken. Some of those relationships, you build relationships over the years with people, and you're accustomed to a number. But hey, if that's how you guys feel, go right ahead. Stephanie, go ahead. Come on.
When and if we create a policy, if we can also mention about having access to the phone, because yes, Natasha did turn in her phone, but we do not have access to it because we didn't get the PIN number to get into the phone. So right now the phone is useless.
That's a great point, Stephanie. Thank you.
Well, you have my PIN number.
No, I don't.
Well, you do. I gave it to you, or I gave it to Mark. Mark has it now.
Oh, okay.
But I think I did at first. We had my password.
Can I guess, is it 1, 2, 3, 4?
What I think we can do for that is we can implement a form when they turn in all of their equipment and they sign off on everything that they submitted. There's a little line item that has the PIN or the code or the password to what is their tablet, their laptop, and their phone, any device that they've been issued. So thank you for bringing that up, Stephanie.
Okay. Anything else on that one? So Mark, you'll be calling Todd to get the phone. And,
Yeah, okay.
and Harry, you'll be issuing a check back or,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, but also for the record, because of your past practices, that you have permitted that to happen, that is why I approved it, based upon knowing what your past practices have been. And we just required that he had to pay us for the value of the phone and that the phone was to be turned over to IT for them to download everything off of the phone. Thank you.
No, all right, thank you, Mr. Daughtrey.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What else we got? Bills over 500. Anyone have any questions on that? Let me see what page that was on. That was on page 99.
Mayor?
So for the 20, yes.
The credit card item and the Florida Municipal Investment Trust item, those need to go forth, both of them for,
No.
the next, no?
Just the FMIT. The FMIT has to have a resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Whose phone just be looking around for everybody's phone? Okay. Bills over 500. Does anyone have any questions other than myself? Okay. Chris, where are we at on the progressive litigation? Because I see we got a bill for 2,500 for this month.
Progressive litigation. Yes, we have a, they made a proposal to go forward, which I sent to you, and then we sent them back a reply stating we needed more specific information. The idea would be if the commission decides to allow them to continue their use, there'd have to be a modification of the existing ordinances to allow them as a legal non-conforming use. And then we would have a bunch of requirements as to improvement of the facility. One of them, that's one of the first ones would be they'd have to upgrade the facility and then add some air filtration devices in addition to what they have now. They have to get an approved traffic pattern so that what they want to do is add 2 scales on the outside, which would change their traffic pattern and to make it a smoother pattern so that it would allow the trucks to come in and out more quickly, so there would never, not problems with stacking. We're considering that, but we need to get more specifics. Need a count of how many trucks you're going to use. There's a discussion about the tonnage. So the discussions are ongoing, and I think there's now a little bit more motivation, to get this thing resolved. They are preparing and giving us the reports that we had requested. We just need to have them supplement that. So it's ongoing. We're hoping to have a resolution in the not too distant future, so we can put this behind us. As lead counsel is still Jeffrey Hockman, and the league is paying for his services. So we'd like to get it resolved while they're paying the majority of the expenses and get this thing to a point where there's an improved facility, so and the traffic flow is improved, so that the external impacts of the facility are negated, so that it operates as close as possible to any other business in that area without any impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. So I think we're closer now. We're closer now than we have been. I mean, they're moving off their initial position. It would take a little movement from any settlement takes a little movement by both of the parties, and they would like to continue using their facility to the extent that they use it. That's a big to the amount of tonnage that they're allowed to use would be is a significant point of discussion, and want to see if that could be if they could increase the tonnage there to what the county allows them, less than what we would allow them, so that if they can show that they can do that without creating a traffic burden and without increasing odors in the neighborhood, or without any odors, we don't want to have any odors to the extent possible. so that then it would be up to the commission to determine whether or not they think it's a use that could continue there. And we would have, lots of protections as to violations if they create traffic problems. They would also agree to continue to or to begin contributing to traffic monitoring in the neighborhood. So, whether it's going to be, the town's law enforcement agency in the future, checking on the traffic to make sure that there is no backup or any problems caused by their vehicles.
Go ahead, Howard.
Vice Mayor, we can't hear you.
Sorry. You have to make sure, Chris, there's no odors in the future and no noise. There has to be a way that if they breach that, then we could bring the thing back forward. You have to protect us on this, because once we sign off on this, that's it. And as Commissioner Cohen knows, these communities have suffered, and we want to make sure it's right.
Right, and that's what's taking so long. That they're grudgingly giving up positions, to make improvements to the facility, and also to improve the odor reduction devices. Right now they have a pretty rudimentary spray system, but I think they could do better with enhanced circulation with filtration, and the use of the out exterior scales may be a way to help the traffic flow. So those have been the two detrimental to the areas, is the odor and the traffic. I don't know that noise has really been an issue, but hopefully that wouldn't change any with the use. To be using the same type of equipment, hopefully in a better insulated building, so that wouldn't be a problem.
I hope so.
Okay. Any other questions on bills over 500? No, so we'll move it forward. Clear Channel outdoor seeking immediate relief. I don't see the memo.
Yes. The memo would be my agenda item report, and then behind it is the actual letter from Clear Channel. Now, what you have there is a letter from Clear Channel requesting some type of financial relief for their annual commitment to the town. Annual commitment is $20,280. They're asking that we push it to fiscal 2021. So what you have there again is the letter from Clear Channel.
Go ahead, your help.
I have a little to say when it comes to advertising in Clear Channel. One, they're not a little mom and pop business. They are a national company. They have all these contracts in place for advertising. And as you could see on our billboards, advertising hasn't stopped. It's just going to continue. When business is slow, people need business, they spend money on advertising. Advertising always continues in business. In fact, you can see the billboards right here, on the main street. They're advertising the COVID stuff. They're advertising everything. So I don't.
But those are PSAs though. The COVID stuff, those are PSAs. Those are free. We even get them for the city.
Okay, well, they're still on Clear Channel's, billboards. Their advertising doesn't slow down. It's not going to stop. It's a business that continues. And this isn't a little mom and pop company here in town. This is a major business. I don't see why we should give them a break on this. And, it will set a precedent for all the other businesses here in town. So just my 2 cents on it.
And may I, Mayor? I agree with Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, and I agree with him.
Go ahead, Michelle. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. We hear you, Michelle. I just wanted to bring up. We lost you, Michelle. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes. There's a really bad echo.
So are you hooked up, are you on two phones? 'Cause
Yeah.
I
The
see
problem
two
was,
on
my
four.
problem
One
was
of them has to be
that-
muted. There you go. That's better.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, that's
Okay,
better.
because before my volume wasn't working. The bus shelters, we were disputing 1 year where they removed a couple of them and they have not resolved that. It's another $3,570 that's pending. So consider that they haven't resolved this issue with us as well.
I actually have another concern.
What is
it? And I don't want you to take this as an attack because it's not, okay? So please don't take it as an attack. Because I just have some concerns. Because I know that you're campaigning. I know that they donated $500 to your campaign. And I just don't want to see that affect any of us or you know, and we waive something and you know what I mean? It just would not look good. But still, I'm not in favor of that because they are a big company and they're a multi-millionaire, billionaire company. So I don't want you to think that's an attack. I just want to make sure that, you know, that's not why want to waive $10,000 and they owe us 20. And I feel that, hey, it is what it is. You owe us money. We got to collect.
Gina, okay, so
I don't want you to take that as an attack because it's not. I'm
not,
just concerned.
Honestly, I didn't even remember that they gave me money last year. Because I've been filing waivers every month for the past couple of months because of COVID. I have not had an opportunity to really do a fundraising. So with that being said, I will recuse myself from voting because of the fact that they did give me a campaign contribution.
Okay.
But with that being said, I'm also going to state that you see up here every time somebody comes before us, I waive fees. That's what Dr. Levy did. That's what the commission has done in the past because of the fact that we want to work with our businesses. And we know that they're having financial difficulties the same way our residents are having financial difficulties, businesses are going under. And so with that being said, you see, I've waived everything for everyone just because of the fact that I want to work with our businesses. And they are facing hardships, they are facing issues. I said last week when we brought this item up that I don't see why they couldn't pay until March when COVID first started because of the fact that they had no problem collecting checks. I'm not sure when their fiscal year starts, if they start with us in October, but there was nothing going on in October. There was nothing going on in November. There was nothing going on in December. There was nothing going on in January. There was nothing going on in February. All of those months were business as usual. So I didn't see an issue with us making sure that we collected our money for those months. Moving forward right now, I do recognize that there is an issue with the businesses. Like I said, Waste Management said they lost $22,000 in 1 month for Broward County, and they're a multinational firm. They go all the way up to New Jersey. They're in Trinidad, they're in Haiti, they're in Jamaica. But if the businesses aren't open, they cannot collect revenue. And so that's the issue that I have, and I don't want to hurt our businesses any more than they're already hurting by forcing them to pay something that they don't have, because they're going to be going through the same thing we're going through. We lost $2.1 million for our next fiscal cycle.
Right.
So that's why I'm trying to work with whoever we can to make sure that they stay solvent so that they can pay us over the long haul. That's why when we did the Seneca Industrial Agreement, we waived the taxes for those businesses for 10 years. I see your fingers, Jacob. Okay, so with that being said, we waived taxes for 10 years so that we can make sure that those businesses were solvent, so that we could collect in the future.
And, Mayor, and I have to tell you, and I understand that, okay? And believe me, and I feel for our businesses. But then you have to understand that we have to be careful with our town too, because we are losing a lot of revenue. We're not collecting money. Code wasn't even doing their job. We were losing a lot of money. We have to start collecting money or we're going to fall. We're going to go under. We're going to be bankrupt. So we have to look at that too. So I have a lot of concerns with this, so again, this is not an attack. It's just that I'm a concerned commissioner and I just had to, put it out there. And thank you for letting me do that.
Jacques, go ahead, Jacobs.
And again, I'm concerned about the town going broke. We're hurting just as bad as everyone else is. And we keep cutting our own throat on this by giving everyone tax breaks or breaks. I understand there's a certain point, but look at Waste Management for a second. They're a national company. They're from East Coast to West Coast. $20,000 to them is nothing. It really is.
But that's $20,000 just for Broward County. That's not across the country.
That's for Broward County. Okay.
For 1 month that they lost that.
Again, they are a very profitable, well-traded, company that is coast to coast. They got their hand out getting bailouts and everything else like everyone else. We don't want to cut our own throats when it comes to this. I don't see it giving these breaks right now. There's the people that needed the money didn't get the money. The small businesses. All the little small businesses in our town didn't get the $10,000 because it was all taken by the major corporations. Those little businesses didn't get anything. They didn't. It was near impossible to get any help to keep these businesses afloat, and that's what it was put out for by the government, was to help these small businesses.
Right.
No, it didn't. It went to corporate greed again. It went to the major corporations. It went to the big businesses. The little guys didn't get their paperwork filled out in the wee little window they had. So, the little businesses, maybe I got a little leniency against. But big companies like Waste Management and Clear Channel, no, I don't. I don't have a lot of heart for these major corporations when it comes to this, And it's going to hurt us in the long run. It's going to hurt the town because we're already hurting on funding.
And we're big time. And I don't want to belly up. I'm going to tell you, I don't want to lose our town. We got to really be careful with our money now. Things are, we have to be very careful with our spending.
Okay, can we move on from this issue, please?
Okay. Next item is Harry Hippler payment approval for hearing examiner. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, that's a bill from Mr. Hippler for his services as hearing examiner, and that's to be paid by the applicant. It's just to put it on there so you know what the amount is, but that's paid by the applicant, and it's no fiscal impact to the town.
Okay. So we don't need to vote on anything. That's just for informational purposes?
Yeah, it'll be on the bills over 500.
Well, it's actually included in the bills over 500 as well. So it does require commission approval because the dollar amount exceeds $1,500.
Okay, I'm just wondering, so why was it a separate item?
It was put on separately by accident.
Oh, okay. All right.
When I received the bill, Mayor, when I received the bill from Mr. Hippler, I went ahead and I put it on there just to make sure that you would see it and that there was no issues or concerns and you could ask them at this time, especially since the real reason is because next month, June 10th, we're going to have the meeting to actually vote on these items. I wanted to make sure that any of these items could go forward. So Clear Channel, is that moving forward to June 10th or have you made your decision?
No, the commission didn't see a reason to have it go on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, and now, Mr. Hibbler, does that go in the next agenda?
Well, commissioners, do you want to vote
No,
not
it
to allow the waiver?
Oh,
Do you want to vote to not have, yeah, put it on the agenda so the commission can vote not to waive the fees. That way there's no there's no misunderstanding.
okay, no problem. It's on.
Thank you, Mayor.
And the one of Mr. Hibbler?
That's on the bills over five
That's
hundred.
on over 500. That doesn't need to be brought up separately.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so purchase a vehicle. I think everybody's read that. That can pretty much go on consent, the purchase for, what was this, Coghill, CG, something, I don't know, what was the name of the company?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor Miguel Nunez, building official. Yes, this is a purchase that I'm requesting authorization for the commission to purchase the vehicle for the building department, since we don't have one right now, especially up to the upcoming hurricanes. We need a vehicle for our own development. We are buying the vehicle on the Department of Management Services, and on your backup materials, you'll find 3 quotes that we requested it. We ranked it between 1 and 3. We recommend the purchase for number 2, even though it's $126 for number 1. But the advantage is that they have it in stock right now, and we can get it within a couple of weeks after approval from the commission to purchase the vehicle. Meanwhile, the other ones could be 120 months.
Okay, so we'll put that on consent for, Marlon, put that on consent, please, for Cogin Chevrolet for the amount of $27,794.
27,794?
25,000, 25.
Is that under a state contract, Mr. Nunez?
Yes.
Yes, sir. This is not a state contract.
Okay.
That's why in my memo, if you look at the backup, Council Ryan, you're gonna see that I put precisely from where the state contract came from and the account on the contract, just to make sure that there's no misunderstanding.
Okay, thank you.
At your service, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Miguel. Okay, Florida Code Enforcement, authorizing Jeffrey and Jocelyn to take classes in July 2020 for $398. That can go on consent. Jeffrey, did you really want to speak about it? Did you really want to speak about it?
Not necessarily, just wanted to make sure that the town commission knows that it's going to be a virtual meeting this time instead of going to any lodges or in-person meeting. So the amount has reduced because we don't have to factor in travel or anything else.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners, for Jacob and Jocelyn to go get their code enforcement training? Consent ed? Nope, $398. Have fun.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Furniture for town manager office, 8C. You guys have it for option 2 from Furniture Warehouse for $3,789.22. Why didn't y'all put that on the special? That way it could have been
My fault, Mayor. We, since we were already being limited on what was going to be on the special, we were just trying to keep it all together and then try to get the directive from you all to go ahead and approve it. And then on June 10th, when we had the commission meeting, it could be finalized, if that's okay with all of you.
Yeah, that was just more so of when we had the discussion before, we just needed some numbers. Okay. All right, anyone have any issues? If not, put that on consent.
Well, and I'm gonna talk in, Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna talk in Marlon's defense. What was a 30-minute meeting turned out to be an hour and a half, so she was limited. I understand what she was doing.
Yeah, but that should have been done for the special so that he's starting on Monday, I think. What day is he starting?
Monday.
So yeah, it would be nice for him to have his furniture there.
So his furniture, we already discussed with him that he's aware that his furniture is not going to be there on his start date because obviously today is Wednesday. Even though all of the furniture places that I called to get these proposals from, they all have all of these items in stock, which means that they can deliver within a week or two. But he knows that he's going to be like in a temporary office until his office furniture arrives. I don't know if we can move forward with ordering this. I don't know if that's possible, because this particular furniture company told me that they could probably deliver it in less than 5 days. And it's well below the budget that we had originally discussed. So I don't know if that's allowed or not, if we can the order.
Chris?
If it's not too much of an inconvenience, it's better to go ahead and get it. You want to tell them, you can order, tell them to get it ready, and then they can deliver it on the 11th when you get the approval on the 10th.
Can we call a special just to get that done so that he can have his furniture? Like, that makes no sense.
And if we
That's
could,
your
Madam
prerogative,
Mayor,
Okay.
if Madam Mayor,
Uh-huh.
this town engineer is critical, and we're gonna probably need a special somewhere. So we get this person on board so they can help with the actions that were needed. So I wouldn't be against any special, I'll tell you that, as long as we could put other items on there.
Marlon, darling, can you
Yes, ma'am.
schedule something? Would it be too short of a notice to schedule something for Monday?
Today's Wednesday. Thursday. No, that's fine. I can do that.
Okay.
I just have to have everything done by, I have to post tomorrow. I'll post tomorrow.
So you have the engineer and you have the
furniture.
The furniture. Please get the furniture.
Sure, no problem.
Go ahead.
What time is this meeting gonna take place?
It doesn't matter. You guys can work that out with Marlon. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes.
What time is?
Don't laugh, Jacobs. It's 5 minutes. I'm hanging up on everyone if they're not.
Are we doing this at 6 o'clock, 5:30, 7 o'clock?
Right, Monday.
Monday is June 1st, which is the first day that the new manager is to start.
Okay.
So,
Please mute your mics if you're not talking, please.
I mean, would it be possible to go ahead, Chris, would it be possible for us to already order the furniture now to make sure that within the week that he starts, at least he gets it rather than having to wait till the 11th?
Yeah, I said go ahead and order it, and when it's authorized, you pay for it.
Yeah, but can we order it without paying for it?
That's what I
Yeah,
have.
they'll give it to you COD probably.
But if we could do the special delivery Monday, I could probably have the furniture delivered before Friday.
Do the special. I'd rather not take any risk, or just do the special for Monday. Just Ray, give us the time that you're available, please. Because we need the engineer in here as well, because I think, don't you have a hearing on the 4th?
4th and the 16th, 4th and the 16th, we need the engineer. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, can y'all take care of both of those in one swoosh, Marlon?
Really, real quick, please?
I'm sorry, I apologize. What did you say, Mayor?
We need the engineer in here on the 4th too, so can you go ahead and just put on the special, the selection of the engineer? And
Okay, so right now you have the furniture and the engineer for the Monday meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem.
May I?
Go ahead, Gina.
I know we have the ethics training. I believe it's the 3rd and the 4th. I'm not sure of the time. I don't know if it's in the afternoon or we're doing the OIG ethics training. We're signing up for that.
Hold on.
Marlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Joy has that information, I believe, too. Joy, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
What time is the?
June 3rd, it's at 10.
Okay, Howard, okay.
Yeah, and we're gonna have set up at Town Hall where we can participate. That's a Wednesday and a Thursday.
Oh, it's virtual?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, we have the Board of Directors meeting for the League of Cities virtual on the 4th as well.
well,
Okay,
Thur-
okay, but we're gonna move forward on the 1st with doing what we need to get done so that he can have his furniture in there.
okay, and,
I want to
okay,
get his furniture and I want him in his office. Okay. All right, 8.8, purchase of iPad for town manager, and then I have a question. Where's Agatha's iPad?
Hi, ma'am.
I have it,
Question?
Mayor, I have it.
Yes, the equipment was moved over to the clerk's office because they were supposed to get that kind of equipment also. And when the old clerk turned in her old Surface, it was not working and damaged, so we couldn't use it. And she needs to have that also. So those were turned over as well as the laptop. I'm sorry, it's Mark, the IT director. It's down at Fairmont Park. Sorry.
I thought we bought Natasha a new iPad too.
No, Natasha had a Surface Pro. And when
So we bought 10 iPads, didn't we? Or 12? How many iPads did we buy?
Yeah, we bought 10 iPads. 5 for the commissioners, 5 for the days. We will need those back when we have meetings.
And
we start back up. And we also are, people are using them right now, but when we start up back up and having commission meetings, those 5 need to be on the days.
yeah. Okay, and the other
We don't
5,
have extra.
didn't we buy one for Noel too? I thought we bought one for Noel.
Yeah, Mr. Daughtrey has an iPad also, yes.
And Chris?
Chris is
Yeah, I
on
have
one right now, but it's coming back when we do the live meeting.
Okay.
Chris does.
Okay, I
So
thought.
this is just to get him one.
Yeah, I thought we got one
laptop,
for Natasha.
the workstation there.
All right.
Yeah, these are just replacements. This is not anything extra for the people coming on board.
Okay. And then we didn't buy Agatha a new computer?
We did, and that was part of what we did with that big purchase that we made. But that computer right now is just being kept on the shelf until we figure out if there's anything we need from it because of litigation and things of that nature. So I'm not letting that go out of into circulation.
Okay. Alrighty then, put that on consent. You can actually, put that, Marlon,
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
please put that on the special as well so that he can have his computer as well. He can hit the ground running.
We're okay. It doesn't need to be put on special. We have some in stock that we're going to use. Those are just to replace those because we have a certain allotment. So for the computer. Actually, no,
I'm sorry.
you're right. Yeah, you can put that on special. I apologize. Absolutely.
Okay.
That'll be good.
Mayor, is it okay if I just put each individual item and not put them as consent since that's a special meeting?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I was trying to do a 5-minute meeting.
No, it cannot be a 5-minute meeting, but we'll just take the votes individually. That's all I ask, please. Thank you.
What are we doing? Okay. Mark, you have a workstation, a laptop. Which one do you want? Dell, Insight? Which one are we going with?
We're going with the item on the agenda. On the workstations, we're going with the Dell, from Dell. They're less expensive on them instead of the Insight. They were less expensive.
Okay,
And then
Marlon,
on
are you
the,
getting this?
Then on the iPad, we're getting it direct from Apple. They were the least expensive. The same exact item.
Marlon,
Yes, ma'am.
so you have it, the Apple iPad from the, and then the Dell workstation and Dell laptop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
All right, 810 awning replacement. Stephanie, project manager.
Okay, this item was already approved by the commission. This order was issued to C&D Canvas. We had an issue with the vendor. They actually had come out, put up the canopy. It wasn't done correctly.
Wait, Stephanie, hold on one second. Please, if everybody could mute their devices, we can't hear Stephanie. Thank you.
It was done incorrectly. We did find out once they put it up that it wasn't fire retardant. So we had them remove it. They couldn't provide us with information or proof that it is fire retardant. So we decided to go with the next vendor, which is the original company that put up the first awning that was taken away, well, that was damaged from the hurricane, which is Awnings of Hollywood. And their cost is $1,900.
Okay, and how much will be reimbursed for this from FEMA?
That I do not know.
Okay. Okay, well, we have to do it, so we gotta get it up. All right, that can pretty much, just go on consent.
I also have an additional question. Do we want to go with the same color? Because I've heard that Town Hall is going to get painted.
Oh, it is? What color?
I heard white.
Oh, white or beige white?
I think white.
Oh. What's our trim color gonna be?
I don't know.
Okay, who's working on the painting project for City Hall?
I believe Commissioner Jacobs. He's way
I'm not working on it. I just thought, you know what, with your pretty colored lights out front with white paint, that would make our building look real nice.
All right, what's the trim color?
And clean.
White.
White on white, no trim color? We need an accent color.
We're not that fancy.
Yes, we are. We need an accent color. Do you want to match?
We'll work on that, okay?
All right, well then, work on the color for the canopy so it matches. If y'all go with like a gray or something like Peninsula, then go with a gray canopy. Y'all figure that out and work it out. Whatever your trim color is, kind of try to match it to the canopy color. Please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then you have another one, elevator maintenance agreement. It's time to renew with Otis.
Right now, we're currently working off of an expired contract. We don't have a current contract. So this is just a proposed contract from Otis Elevator / Central X.
We currently have the contract with them as well, correct?
It's not a current contract. The contract has expired.
But they were the maintenance providers for the past several years.
Yes, and we haven't had any issues.
Chris, how do you want to do this?
Yeah, because of the cost, you need to get 3 proposals because if you look at the annual cost of this, so if you want to go with Otis on a month-to-month, well, you get 2 more proposals, and then once you get all 3 proposals, bring it back to the town commission.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Stephanie, if you don't mind, I'm gonna work with you so that then we can put it on for the June 10th meeting. So let me know whatever I can do to help.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. 9-1 engineer's position. Vice Mayor Clark.
It geared up. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this is with Yolanda and I've been saying it, and I'll say it again, this is a critical time, and we need the engineer. I know we've met with or interviewed 2 of them, and I have my choice, and then I'm going to turn it over to Yolanda, so Yolanda can speak of it, and then Attorney Ryan can determine when we can hire this individual or the
May
staff.
I?
Go right ahead, Gina.
Desperately. I had a meeting with Yolanda and the clerk yesterday. We need to move on this. We need we need a professional engineer. So I picked mine out. I did my rating, so I'll leave it
So
at
you
that.
agree with what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%, Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. Let's turn it over to Yolanda.
Thank you. So we had 11 applicants, as you're aware, and I sent you a log of everyone when they applied, when I interviewed, the interview notes, etc. We had 4 individuals that met the minimum qualifications for the position that were licensed professional engineers. As you know, I disqualified one of them, and I don't really want to share right now, like the reason, just out of courtesy for that candidate. But we did have 3 other candidates that were moving forward in the position. The day before the interviews, or actually, I believe it was the morning of the interviews, one of the candidates rescinded his application. So the commission interviewed 2 candidates, of which have vast experience. So both candidates are currently working. So they will have to request a 2-week notice at the current employer. If you have to move forward, perhaps that individual could make themselves available on that specific date, and then after that, start, officially with their duties.
Yolanda, we can't hear you. Somebody needs to mute their phones, please. Their devices, please.
That what I was saying is that I'm aware that the vice mayor would like to have the new town engineer present for a meeting that's happening on June 4th. And these 2 candidates, they are currently employed. They want to give a 2 weeks notice with their current employer to leave on good terms. So I think what we could do is extend them the offer and just have them available on that specific day on June 4th. But really, for them to start, it would have to be, with 2 weeks notice. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Howard. Unmute.
Right, yep. Yolanda, we're going to have a meeting also on June, Monday. So we want to move on this. So Monday is also going to be a voting meeting. So how do you want to handle it from there?
No, what I'm saying is that the commission can make their selection, right? Like today you can discuss who's your top candidate, which I can then go back to the candidate, start talking about salary, all that stuff, so that when you vote on it on Monday, you already have that information. He can probably make himself available for the meetings that you have coming up that are urgent, but I think we need to his whoever our top candidate is, I think we need to respect the fact that they want to leave on good terms. They want to give a 2 weeks notice. So
I think that's understandable with everybody. I see Gina's nodding yes. And
so I don't see a problem with them making themselves available for specific meetings.
Yeah.
And then starting officially on a day, and we'll make sure to compensate them for that time that they work for the time.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
Plus the time they spend to get caught up on the issue so that they actually have a knowledge going into the meeting.
Yeah, we can do that. So, and they can get compensated. So how do you want to go about starting it off on the commission discussing it tonight for the selection?
So you have 2 candidates to choose from. Some of the commissioners, you already gave your top choice. I wouldn't even call it a ranking per se, because we only have 2. So your top choice. So you can give me your top choice today. And then, like I said, I'll go back and I'll start the negotiation process for salary so that you have that information on Monday.
Okay. Mine is, can I say the name? Denzer. That was who I chose. So let's go down the line and say who you like best.
Dinser Ozaiden.
Ozaiden. I got it.
I'm gonna
Okay.
ask you later on how to spell it.
Okay. So Gina, who did you pick?
I like Denser as well. I
Okay.
thought he was very professional and he spoke very well.
If I may, Ray?
I liked him also.
Okay. So, Jeffrey?
Same, denser.
Okay, and the mayor?
Yeah, I like Denzer, and I also want to ask why the other candidates were disqualified, because I also liked Mohammed. He works on a lot of projects here in the city for the Florida Department of Transportation. And there was another one, I can't think of what his name was as well. But from based on the selection that was presented to me, I definitely have to go with Denzer.
Okay. So, Yolanda and Town Attorney, how do you want to proceed? We're having a meeting Monday. Attorney Ryan?
Yes.
We have 5 commissioners that all unanimously have selected Denzer Ozaiden. And so, how do you want to proceed? Monday, we are going to have a special. And Yolanda would just like to know, what can we do? And can you have the resolution and let's move forward with this?
Yeah, she's going to negotiate with him between now and then, get his salary in terms of, and for his employment, and then present that to you on Monday. And at that point, you can hire him.
Okay, what's Jeffrey need?
I'm just giving you an update on the time.
Okay, so, so you heard our marching orders, so it'll be down, and then you take care of the paperwork, Chris, okay?
Yes. Okay. I'll work in his butt better.
Okay. Okay, so that's great, Yolanda.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, you said that it was Abdul Mateen Mohammed, and which one was the other candidate you wanted me to look into?
I have to look on my paper. I want to say he was another Carlos. It was another Carlos, Daniels or something, Daniel Ortiz or something. No, something Ortiz.
Is it Randy? Oh, Daniel Ortiz. We have a Daniel Ortiz.
Something like that. It was something Ortiz. But I know that Mohammed's been back and forth in front of the town because of the fact that he works for FDOT. And he does all of our FDOT projects, including the Hollandale Beach expansion. And he had a PhD in engineering as well as a master's and a bachelor's. And he was a PE and a construction, what do you call it? He had his construction license thing and all that other stuff.
And I think professional.
Please, everyone mute. Please, everyone mute.
Sorry. For both resumes, their professional engineering certification is not listed.
I could have sworn I saw it on Mohammed's.
Like
All
it's
right.
construction manager, project, project manager, all these things, but for engineering firms, but it doesn't show that they have their professional engineering certification with the license number.
Okay, so we couldn't confirm whether or not they were licensed?
No, we could.
Oh, okay, just checking.
So
Okay.
if you want to consider any of these candidates, we can go back and take a look at it.
Well, no, Howard needs somebody for Wednesday, so unfortunately, we're behind the 8 ball.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'll explain to you.
Monday.
Okay, I'll explain, yes, okay, but the 16th, it appears right now, because the Oversight Board keeps changing the dates. And so it appears the most important date is going to be June 16th. And we'll know more about the 4th as the days go by. So we'll talk and then you'll have those dates. but I think definitely the 16th is going to be a critical date.
Okay.
So, and we'll be ready. We'll be
And
ready.
I will go back to these two candidates and see if they do have their professional engineering certification active. And if they do, not only will I request an updated resume, but I'll see if they're available on Friday for you all to have a conversation with them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
What's next? Agro-Eco position, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, hold on. Am I tuned
Have your
in?
gardener?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Commission and Yolanda. It was mentioned by Commissioner Jacobs that we'll get a part-time, I don't know if you said part-time, but that's what we've come up with, part-time gardener that'll help out over in the community garden, the Town of Pembroke Park Community Garden and Orchard. And so Yolanda met and we went out there, and I'm going to let her take it from there and tell us what she is suggesting and what you think we should do. And you need a motion next week for you to go forward with all this, or what are you looking for? You want to give us an update on about the position?
Yeah, so I think that today would be good with just an update. So I wanted to tell the commission that Vice Mayor Clark and Miriam took me out to the garden, and I like to see things firsthand when talking about it. And I was really pushing actually to go out there and see it for myself. And I'm really glad that I did, because I saw how much potential the community garden has and could have as far as a positive impact on the town. And I can see why the Vice Mayor is so excited about this program, because of the potential that it has. I think that right now, based on the analysis that I did, we could use a part-time person, because let's just say that the garden right now could use some TLC, someone who is dedicated to that. Right now, you have different people who are pulling weight here and there to try to just put Band-Aids on it, instead of someone who actually can take ownership of it. The only thing is, it's not really a 40-hour-week job. So I'm looking at two options. I'm looking at, if we go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure, 'cause I think at the last discussion, when we had this discussion, and I think it was at the last meeting, that we talked about this, and I was in favor for it, but I wanted to make sure that we were budget, and I wanted to wait until next year that we had it in the budget for that person.
Yeah.
But now, you're saying part-time. We got to make sure that we're budgeted for this.
Yeah, and Gina, we're
Okay.
talking about the next budget. We're not talking about right now, so it would be in there. And part-time, we're trying to keep the costs as low as possible and get the biggest bang for our dollar. And so that's where Yolanda's on page with, and we're talking about the next budget.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Here's the deal, even though it's not budgeted, you have a lot of vacant positions that there's actually money available to utilize, because we have a lot of positions that aren't being filled. And then there were budgeted positions that we're never gonna fill, like the assistant to BTR and things like that. So there's money available. And then if you also get rid of some of the dead weight that, we've been discussing with the layoffs that haven't happened, there will be funding available as well. I think you need someone immediately, Howard, in that garden.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
And so
let's go one step at a time.
One step at a time.
One step at a time, and let Yolanda, she's gonna get an idea what something like this would cost. And we'll do it moderately, but that would be beautiful. That really would be nice to have someone that's dedicated out there, and that's their job. And it's a big benefit to the town in the long run. And I think Yolanda sees that also. Yes?
And again, having, I have concerns, because you talk about laying people off, and that tells you, well, we don't have the money. So that's when you bring something like this forward, and you're talking about hiring, that's why I want to make sure that it is budgeted and that I think that we should put it in our next, when our budget comes up, so it can be budgeted for that, Howard, to help you. And
Okay.
I think that's the right way to do it. That's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Jacob.
I just want to be clear on what I said. I said the vice mayor needs his own personal assistant since he's got so much going on. It would be nice if one was a gardener or an arborist at the same time to help with the garden. So
Yes.
that way there was, double duty right there.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Commissioner Jacobs. That's much needed and appreciated. And that's the direction it'll go in. I'm always there to help. And so we know that, but we're going to take one step at a time, do it right. And Yolanda, very trustworthy, which she'll help us a lot. And so what do you think? Maybe Monday we can make do you need a motion on this for Yolanda to go forward and looking into it, or no, we're set?
I mean, you kind of already gave me the instructions
Direction.
to look
Okay.
into, which the only thing I'm looking into is how many hours a week do we think that we need in order to maintain the garden to where it should be? Could those hours be split between maybe an existing employee, or would it be an outside part-timer that, again, we would have to add to the budget? Or could it be like a service provider that focuses on this type of work?
Well, let's you and I get together and go and kick it around. We'll bring it back to the commission.
Right.
And I kind of lean towards having someone that's here, someone that we know will be there, because there's a lot to it, and it's going to take somebody that's dedicated and they have a job. So we'll see. Let's get into it and see if that opportunity arises. We'll talk, you and I.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ray.
Howard, I think you should get somebody outside of town hall, someone who's going to solely focus on the garden with you, and who's also knowledgeable when it comes to nursery and gardening and that type of stuff.
Okay.
If you got a staff member, they might not know enough to help you out.
Yeah.
It's just better that way.
Well, I think,
Somebody that's educated and knows that, Howard.
yeah, and I think Yolanda said that, and so did Miriam, someone with the minimum of a master gardener certification. So I think they're on it, but let us look at our alternatives, and then we'll come back with that.
Right, and what I've been doing is I've been doing some research on where people get those certifications, because a lot of times those certifications, like the technical schools that they go to obtain that certification, they help people find a job afterwards. So I'm trying to see if I can reach out to like a career office that they have to see if they have candidates available.
Yep. Okay. So we'll come right back to you with it. And then I think the only other thing we need to tell them, Yolanda, then in the organizational chart, then it'll be Miriam who will have her certification. She can supervise to make sure that this person or contractor or outside person does the job and keeps up with it. So we've got a plan, and it'll be wonderful. And I thank you, Ray, Jeff, the mayor, Gina, and Yolanda, and Miriam, and Marlon, and everybody else that says nice things. Is that it, Madam Mayor, on that one?
Now we're talking to a couple of people that we're hiring. That's
No.
gonna work the garden.
No, it's gotta be in the budget. It's gotta be in the budget. I'm with you,
Okay.
Gina. I'm with
As long
you.
as it's in the budget, all
And
right,
reasonable. Okay.
and reasonable,
Well,
thank you.
Listen, find some numbers and get it to us next week, because you have those positions that aren't filled.
Yeah, and we hear you.
Have the money. I mean, there's no administrative,
That would be
there's no
wonderful.
contract administrator, a contract, whatever you call it, contract manager.
Minimum wage.
There's no contract administrator. There's no
Okay.
Assistant to the assistant to the BTR, you have all of those vacant positions. It's like 5 or 6 of them.
Okay, it would be wonderful.
So
I'll
move
get
it
with-
forward because
Move it forward. Okay,
somebody has
gotcha.
to do it. It's not us. Somebody
Yep.
has to do it.
Yep, and it's worth it. Okay, Madam Mayor, we're done.
Okay, thank you. All right, what do you have? Personnel policy? Jacob?
Yep, I'm here. Hold on. Hey, bring it back up. Day workshop. Hold on, give me a second. It's not loading. When it comes to personnel policy, only thing I had is that we'd have Yolanda finish it and then bring it forward to all as commissioners. And then I, Ray, and all the commission, we just go through any changes that we need, take it back to Yolanda, let her finish it out, and then we have the final copy sent to us. You know, we get it corrected that way instead of having another drawn out meeting. I don't know what else I have on here as backup because I can't access it at the moment.
No. That was part of the contract for her to do the personnel manual. So, I mean, it
Yeah, but
wasn't-
instead of sitting here going over the entire thing all over again. So,
Well, that wasn't my request.
okay. Hold on.
I tried to adopt it 2 months ago. I mean, but you're still gonna have to go through it because there are things that we know that have happened in the past in the city that we were trying to correct. But like I said, I've been saying repeatedly, like submit your changes so that we wouldn't have to go page by page. Go ahead, Yolanda.
I think it's a perfect opportunity now that the town manager is coming in, because I've made some updates to it. I'd like to run it by him, run it by the town attorney, and then that way, once it goes to the commission, it's already gone through your new town manager and your town attorney. And then you can submit it.
Sounds like a plan. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Next.
Extension of emergency declaration order. So,
We took care of that during the regular meeting, yeah.
yeah, but I mean, that's up until whatever. Y'all need to modify it so that it's related to the county's one. So have fun. All right. 10.2 compensation policy. Commissioner Cohen and Assistant Finance Director Taubenfeld. Unmute, Gina.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mayor.
This
Hello?
is your item. It's your item, compensation policy.
That was the overtime, the FEMA. Are they gonna pay for their, we talked about this, but I mean, are we gonna talk about, are they gonna reimburse,
For the overtime?
reimburse?
Yes, they are, like they have in the past, and they are going to continue, and they actually sent out the paperwork last week stating that if you send in the paperwork right now, they're giving us our checks. And within 20 days, if we submit the bills to them for the overtime, they will pay us within 20 days. Versus how we've waited in the past, like we just got our check from Irma, was it? We just got our checks from Irma last month. But for this, they're actually paying us right now. So all we need to do is to upload our bills to FEMA, and they're paying us within 20 days for all of the overtime.
Okay, because I was under the impression that they didn't do that. If you were, I don't know.
If I may,
right ahead.
Harry,
So,
Harry speaking.
Harry, can you speak on this, Shan? Maybe you know more
Yeah,
about.
sure. So I did a little bit of research. I also spoke to the FEMA representative who is handling the claim for the town. And I expressed to him our scenario as far as comp time being given for volunteers to work the food drive. What he expressed to me was pretty much what is stated in the backup that was included in the documents that you guys have. I believe it is on page, hold on one second. I believe it's page 4, and it's highlighted as it relates to volunteers and what is payable and what's not payable.
Mhm.
Hold on a second. It is.
You don't pay volunteers.
I'm sorry?
We don't pay volunteers. They volunteer their time. The employees get paid for.
I understand. Okay,
yeah.
so Madam Mayor, all I can say is that the way it was explained to me and what he was that, and what was stated to all the employees when the offer was made was that we are seeking volunteers to work the event. These hours have not been treated as overtime hours. These hours have been treated as comp hours. So based on that and what he's telling me, he doesn't think that these hours are reimbursable. However, he did state that these rules and regulations are related to more disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes, and stuff in that nature. Things may change for COVID, but as it relates to volunteers, he does not believe that it is reimbursable. And the documentation does state if you are to get reimbursed for volunteer hours, then it would be at the volunteer rate and not necessarily the rate of the employee rate. So there is a discounted rate that would be applied to the individuals.
Okay, so let me do a little clarification for you.
Sure.
For employees are working. They're volunteering their Saturday to come in for overtime. They are not volunteers in the term volunteer. That's number one. If you look on page 1, expenses for personnel, that is an overtime expense that we've always had, whether it's a pod from FEMA to give out tarps during a hurricane, whether it's to clean up the streets, whether it's to give out water or whatever during Hurricane Irma, during Hurricane Michael, during Hurricane Irene. We have always received our money from FEMA for that because that is overtime. If they do their 40 hours and they do things outside of the 40 hours, that is overtime. Okay, we do overtime compensation. When I put the offer out there, the offer was that they would get time and a half because it is over their 40 hours and it's on a Saturday. Okay, so the county has sent out the paperwork for the reimbursement for FEMA as well, and it specifically states for the food giveaways, it's been on the conference call since we started this, that they are expected to pay the employees who come in to do the food giveaway specifically for COVID, the comp time, the overtime, the time and a half overtime for those employees that work. Volunteers are completely separate and apart. And this has been the practice of FEMA everywhere throughout all of the cities. So I'm not sure why there seems to be this confusion. If you look on page 1, time and a half, double time, overtime will be paid. On page 1, expenses for personnel. Those are personnel. Those are not volunteers. The volunteers are the people coming from Church of Christ, the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that Jacob's bringing. Those people aren't expecting compensation. Those people are volunteering their time. But whenever we do these events, they always get comp time or time. They always get overtime. And again, that overtime has always been paid for by FEMA. So I'm going to suggest, can somebody mute? I'm going to suggest.
Yeah, please, somebody mute. We can't hear the mayor. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that somebody call another city or call the county because they specifically stated in all of these conference calls that are occurring at 3 o'clock every single day at 395-9500 extension 766-606 that I have to hear every day for the past 5 or 6 weeks that they will be paying the compensation. They also sent out the paperwork. It's sitting upstairs on my desk to be filled out, to be sent into them so that they can get those checks to us within the next 20 days to give all of those employees that came in on Saturday that are supposed to be getting time and a half, their time and a half reimbursement.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
I would like to see our attorney, town attorney, just to make sure, okay, and have him check into that to make sure that what you are saying is correct.
Chris, can you call one of the neighboring cities and have them help us with our pay, please?
Yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Taubenfeld, but it sounds to me like he's already done most of the research on this, but let me talk with him and see what other information we need to verify.
Because I was under the impression that they were volunteering their time. I don't know. I
don't think that was ever on the task.
That's not.
I always thought it was a trade-off for comp time.
It was. It's always been offered as a straight up for comp time. Even when Yolanda sent out the first memo for it, it was time and a half comp time for those who wanted to volunteer to come in on Saturdays. It wasn't mandatory requiring everyone to come in on Saturdays. It was volunteering to come in on Saturday, getting comp time and a half.
Okay, I think that's the confusion, but let's have the attorney check into that, please.
Go ahead, Ray.
Commissioner Cohen, I have to say I've looked into it myself, and I will send you the link, the email link where you can read it on the FEMA website yourself, where it's specifically.
Don't send it to me. Just why don't you give it to the clerk and then she can give it to me.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that way you'll see
We're
it.
not breaking a sunshine. There's no sunshine violation.
Okay. Well, however way you want it, I'll send it to you.
Well, you know what? The document can be sent to our assistant, and our assistant can distribute the FEMA link. And that way everyone has it and there's no sunshine violation.
And can I get that form? I want to see the form that you're talking about.
You can get a copy of the form as well. And you can also call anytime you want and sit in on these conference calls, because I am tired of sitting on these conference calls, because I'm on conference call from 8 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night every single day. And if I hear one more time about it, I'm going to pull my hair out.
Well, can I tell you something? I've been very busy too with everything going on with this drainage. You know, I haven't been able to sleep. I've been working on this 24/7. But we also have a town manager in place who's been sitting on these conference calls, and I'm not getting any information, not knowing what's going on. So I'm totally confused. And Mr. Daughtrey, can you tell me what's going on? What's your thoughts on this? Because nobody shares this. They're sitting in on the conference. He is on all these calls, but then I'm not getting emails on what was discussed.
We forward.
No,
We forward a report after
Use your
every
mic,
meeting.
please, so we can hear Mr. Daughtrey, please. Mute your mic.
We forward a report after every meeting. It used to be 3 times a week, now it's twice a week. So we'll be glad to give you a copy of everything that they have given us without a problem.
Okay, so you guys can, Gina, you're muted. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You don't have to send all the pages, Mr. Daughtrey. Just give me the main stuff that I know and let all the commissioners in on it. Like, are you still doing the weekly report? Because I haven't gotten a weekly report.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm getting all these big long pages of this and that, but I'm getting that from Broward County and this county and that county, you know, so, you know, but I'm not hearing what's being said at these meetings that you're sitting in on. You know, you tell me you're sitting in on this meeting for Broward County. Okay. And then, you know, I expect to hear, well, hey, what was it? You mean it? You don't call me, you don't tell me, you don't email anybody
That's why
right
we-
after that.
That's why
And
we
tell us
send,
what the discussion was.
that's why we send the full information. Everything that they discuss, we send the next day, all of that information that they discussed at the meeting. 100%. So as not to, in fact, we send it to all of the commissioners to make sure we don't, we withhold anything.
But what is your feelings on this? So what's your thoughts? What do you get out of it that you can share with us?
That's
You know,
why
like with this comp time that we're talking about, this subject that we're on right now, with the employees, you know, with the paying them, you know, with the FEMA.
well,
Reimbursement.
as Mr. Taubenfeld said to you, both he and I participated in a discussion with our FEMA representative, and they were specific to us that they did not believe that we would be reimbursed, and that if we were reimbursed, it would be at the volunteer rate, not at the rate that we are paying our employees.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ray.
Can you clarify volunteer rate? I'm not sure what that means. What's a volunteer rate?
As an example, let's use a military.
The
term.
rate, but
Go ahead on.
no, go ahead,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Daughtrey. No,
No,
go ahead.
go
You
ahead,
can go ahead. No, I was just going to state, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to state that the guidelines that I read from FEMA did not specify a specific rate for volunteers. The guidelines just stated that the individual would be paid at a volunteer rate and not at his employee rate. But I'll let Mr. Daughtrey give his analogy.
Yes, because I asked that question also. If you look at military terms, and E1 is a private, and E9 is a master sergeant, the volunteer rate would be at the E1, even though at E9 they've done the work. That would be the reimbursement. And remember, when they reimburse, it's only 75% as a maximum of what they reimburse. But we will fill out the information and send it in. But the representative who this town has to work through at FEMA, that's what he told Harry and myself.
Hard to read, Mayor.
Unmute. Unmute, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here I am fussing and y'all can't even hear me fussing. Okay. Thanks, Deidre. Okay. I don't know how to make this bigger. Let me figure this out. If I had my Windows,
Maybe
my
it's
office
mayor print it
Outlook.
out and have the clerk.
They
send
have it. That's what I'm.
It's not legible.
Sent out. Like I'm getting it because of the fact that nobody from the city has responded to this, and they're basically fussing at me when the city doesn't respond. So that's why I have this email. But I want to read it because of the fact that it's been sitting out there, and they're huffing at me right now about nobody from the city has responded to this email. So it says community programming, i.e. feeding events and workforce assistant efforts. They are looking for each city to sit here and put this so that they can give the reimbursements out. And this email is in the city's email. And so you can get a copy from City Hall tomorrow. It can be forwarded out to you guys. But yeah, it's covered. I'm not sure why we're we're having this issue, but
Mayor, can you please forward that email to me so I could forward it on to the commissioners because I have never seen that email, please.
okay,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome. Well, Christian has it, the finance director have it, and Mr. Daughtrey has it.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Just to update you, Mayor, that information was sent to Finance yesterday afternoon, and the information has been submitted to Broward County as of 4 o'clock this afternoon.
okay, thank you.
Next item, please.
Trying to find my agenda. I put it down somewhere to grab the computer. Here we go. No, but I think they still had more stuff on this, didn't they, or no? Where is the item? I don't even know where it is. Okay. Rotating schedule, FEMA reimbursement, schedule of events. Look at salary to make adjustments, time spent on each commissioner's events. So are y'all covered with all 5 of these items?
Yolanda, I believe, is going to speak about the others.
Okay, go right ahead.
Right, so, so the schedules have been rotated already to avoid overtime. Basically, nobody's going over their 40 hours a week unless it's pre-approved. And I just want to make mention that when we met, Mr. Daughtrey and Harry and I met with all the employees that have been working these events, and we asked them to change their schedule so that they would not accumulate overtime. We had 2 employees, which is, I just wanted to recognize them, Lucy and Jocelyn, who volunteered their time, meaning they're still working their 40 hours a week and they're volunteering their time on Saturday instead of getting comp time. So I just wanted to recognize those 2 employees because they were, out of everybody that we spoke to, they wanted to volunteer their time. And then the FEMA reimbursement, Harry already spoke about, and then the schedule of events for the fiscal year and the allocation of time of the event coordinator and preparing a plan of events for next fiscal year. I wanted to turn that over to Joy so that she could talk a little bit about that.
Commissioner Cohen, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Yolanda, who said they volunteered their time again?
Lucy and Jocelyn.
Okay. And let me ask you something, because now this is no attack. I want to make that very clear. Now, Joy, because she is the project, what do they call it?
Special
Huh?
event coordinator.
Yes, special event coordinator, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean, because that is part of her job and that's her duty to be doing these things, do we have to pay her? And I'm not attacking Joy. I'm just asking as a, because I'm a concerned commissioner and I want to make sure that we're all doing what's right.
Okay, well, since you brought up Joy, before Joy talks about her plan, let's talk about Joy for
Okay.
her salary. So again, as a reminder, salaried employees are not entitled to overtime. So if they work 40 hours a week, if they work 50 hours a week, or if they work 30 hours a week, essentially they get paid the same amount of money. You don't deduct from salaried employees unless they officially took off an entire workday, at which point they would use their vacation time, their sick time to cover that, to cover their full salary. But salaried employees, doesn't matter what they work, they should be getting the flat rate. Now, it is customary in the town of Pembroke Park that when employees, even salaried employees, work more than 40 hours, they're rewarded with comp time. I had explained that I think that practice needs to go away. I think that we should look at it more from like a global perspective, like, okay, at the end of all of these activities that have gone on, Joy Brown together with all these other employees worked X, Y, and Z. And, I think that they're owed X amount, because you could look at it from a global perspective, not like hour by hour that they worked over 40 hours. That's really not the definition of a salaried or exempt employee. Now, When it comes to Joy, she was hired in August of 2019, and she was hired at $44,000. Okay, she got changed from hourly to salary. Number one, because she works very odd hours, especially dealing with the special events, dealing with the commission in general, late night phone calls, things like that. Doesn't make sense for her to be on hourly. Plus, I find that she, according to FLSA, the Fair Labor Standard Act, that she qualifies as an administrative exemption because she works independently, she manages her own schedule, she has senior level executive duties because she's supporting the commission. She's an executive assistant. So she got changed in February from hourly to salary. That was part of my compensation study. Now her current salary is 46,000. Okay, and she has made in comp time, she has earned in comp time this fiscal year, and Harry gave me these numbers, these updated numbers today. It's 137 hours, which comes out to about $3,000 in comp time. Okay, but it's 137 hours. So I spoke to Joy to find out if her salary was adjusted to reflect her position as an executive assistant and special events, where she would no longer be requesting additional comp time, you know, what that agreement would look like, that salary would look like. And she gave me her feedback, which was 50,000. So she's at 46,000, 50,000. To me, it's like a wash in the sense that you're paying her $3,000, probably going to be like $4,000 in comp time. Or you give her a raise of $4,000 and she's not going to ask for comp time. So it's kind of up to the commission how they want to proceed. But really this year, she's already earned $3,000 in value of 137 hours of comp time. So that's something for you all to consider how you wanna do that.
Okay, so I am gonna say that in the past.
Can I just say one thing?
Go right ahead.
If we have say we don't have any events, so how does that work? With her salary?
That's why I wanted Joy to talk about.
I don't understand any of this.
That's why I wanted Joy to talk about the events first, because I think that there are definitely going to be events. It's just that the large public gatherings are going to be a little bit different this next fiscal year. But there are going to be events. I mean, even you all were talking before about delivering items to residents' homes who are not able to come out. So the events are going to be there. They're going to be significantly different than what we're used to.
I do want to clarify that senior department heads were not making overtime because their salary was already covered what they would possibly get in overtime. So Natasha did not get overtime, Todd didn't get overtime, and Bob didn't get overtime except when we had the hurricane. Otherwise, they did not get overtime.
Look at the money they were making.
Exactly, but that's why they were not getting overtime.
They were killing the town. They were robbing. We were being robbed. I'm just saying, there was a lot of money they were being paid.
There was a lot of money, but that's one of the trade-offs with overtime when you're doing salaried employees is you give them a little bump up to take care of what the overtime would be, and they deal with their schedules accordingly.
Which she was given a very small bump. It was not, I don't think it was significant enough because she was hired at 46. So it was, it was small, but again, what we discussed was 50,000, which should put her at a comfortable level. And then there's no more additional comp time. And if you choose not to, and you continue to give her the comp time, you're looking at almost the same amount of money.
Like I said before, I had suggested that before when we did the salary and the job descriptions. I had suggested it before that we give her the bump up so that way there would be no comp time and she sets her own hours and schedule. She knows what she needs to do. She's a grown woman and she can handle her schedule accordingly. We do pay comp time not only to her, so we do pay other employees comp time when they attend the commission meetings as well. some of the employees do get comp time for attending the commission meetings outside of their 40. So it's not just Joy that gets comp time.
Now,
I do want to put that out there.
I do, yeah, that's actually a great point, Mayor. I do want to put it out there that I spoke to Harry today about comp time, and I feel like it's not being managed properly. Like you just said, like people are getting comp time for attending a commission meeting, which really, you know, if they attended a late commission meeting, they should probably come in a little later the next day or leave a little earlier the next day, something within that.
We used to do that.
But what I mean is, I feel like we're treating our salaried employees like if they were hourly. My recommendation would be that we have two options, and the town commission can give me the direction so I can put this in the handbook. Either comp time for salaried employees has to be pre-approved by the town manager, so it needs to be like a very special exception, or we just eliminate comp time for salaried employees moving forward, and we announce a specific date that moving forward we're not paying any more comp time, because I feel like it's being abused a little bit.
I do too.
So,
and that's where I'm having a problem with, big time.
Either option, you're gonna definitely reduce the amount of comp time that's being given for salaried employees. But my whole purpose is, don't treat salaried employees like non-exempt hourly employees. I mean, they make more money for a reason, and some weeks are gonna be a little slower, and some weeks are gonna be a little heavier, and that's part of being a manager and part of being a department head.
May I?
Go right ahead, Gina.
And Gina, and I'm just sharing my feeling. And listen, I care about everyone, and I don't want Joy to take this personal because I happen to like Joy. Okay, and everyone. That's my nature, you know. I have feelings and I care about people. But my problem that I've been having with the town is that there's no accountability. You know, I don't know what this one's doing when I'm there, and I'm there almost every day. Okay. And so is, you know, Howard and the rest. Okay. But I can speak for myself. I'm there. And when I'm there, I don't see a lot. I don't see certain people that should be there. And I don't know where they're at. And I don't know if, you know, I mean, and I have a problem with that. And they're being paid. And then you're giving them comp time, you know? We need to come up with a better system.
That's why I'm recommending those two options, so that the commission can give me direction as far as which option they like. Because definitely we have to do something about the comp time. So we either have it pre-approved by the town manager for special occasions only, or we just eliminate it altogether.
And I think when we get the town manager in, I'm hoping that, you know, a lot of this, you know, he'll be able to resolve some of these problems, you know, that we're having.
But the fact is that these comp hours, they're being approved by the immediate supervisors on the time cards. So it really has to be a strict policy. And it's not that comp time goes away, because remember, we still have hourly employees that if they don't want the pay in overtime, they can take it in comp time. So this is not for hourly employees. I'm specifically talking about your salaried employees.
Okay, who's their immediate supervisor? Because there's none in place right now. Mr. Daughtrey's not doing it. Is Harry doing it?
No, Harry's actually approving the payrolls.
Okay, so who does is that your job? Who does that?
The immediate supervisor or the department head, but hold on,
so who's the immediate super? Huh? I don't know.
When it comes to Joy, I've been the one signing off on her timesheets. I'm the one who's been going over her weekly timesheets and how much she's doing. I'm going to tell you, she's not just an event coordinator. She's also our assistant. She sits on these conference calls. Every time I come in there, she's working. She is very diligent at her job. I talk to her all times of the day, from 7:30 till 9:30 at night. Sometimes on the phone. She's always available to us. So,
Okay.
and she is doing a lot more than what she's being compensated for. So
And this
she
is-
works very, very hard for that position. And like I said, she should have all the commissioners under her, as one person being our assistant, not having, you have this person, you have this person, we have this person, we don't need 5 assistants in the town. She keeps us on track, keeps us scheduled, our training scheduled. She scheduled our ethics training, she keeps everything on track and keeps things going. So, she's very much worth her salt.
No, and I agree with you. And I've told her I want to work with her. I have no problem working with Joy. But I have Deetra. She does little things for me, and I put that out there. I have meetings. And I told her I want to know about this. And she has called me. I don't have a problem with Joy. I just want you to know that. And I'm glad to hear, because this is the first time I'm hearing this, Commissioner Jacob, that what you're telling me. Because I worry about, because I didn't feel there was any accountability. I'm not seeing where they're at. And if people are watching, when I'm there, they're not at the office, and they're supposed to be in the office. I'm used to, when I came on, we had an assistant, and she was there all the time.
Just so you know, I'm the one who monitors her pay. I'm the one who signs off on it every week. I'm the one that makes sure it's legitimate when I put my name on it and it goes through. She's there on Saturdays for this food drive. She's there from 5, 6 in the morning till the end, till everything is picked up and clean late in the evening. There was one night we were there. It was Ashura, myself, Chris, and Joy. I think we finished around 9:30, 10 o'clock. Remember that night? It lasted forever, and it's just us. We got to go and sweep up the entire park. We got to take all the garbage out. We got to empty all the cans, break down all the cardboard. There's a lot to it. So, there's a lot more going on than what you actually see.
Well,
so
and
just wanted to let you know that.
And I thank you for that. And again, it's we have a sunshine thing, and nobody can talk, and the only time you can talk is at the meeting. So this is the first time I'm hearing this. So thank you for sharing.
Go ahead, Ray.
I was going to say, Commissioner Cohen, you can ask Joy what she's doing if you ever want to. If you go to town hall and she's not there, you can always ask her or somebody, her immediate supervisor or anybody else. Because I know, being the event coordinator, she sometimes have to step out to go buy items or, do other things outside of the city hall.
Okay, may I?
Yes,
Okay, I have done that, and there's no accountability. If I go to the manager, because she doesn't speak to the manager, there's no communication, so he doesn't know where she's at or what she's doing. So, and that's why I have these concerns.
We shouldn't be having that problem at City Hall.
Right, and that's why I'm looking forward to this new manager, and I cannot wait until he comes in, because, I hope, we can resolve the problems that are happening at the town. And thank you.
Okay, so the daily logs are still being submitted to Valerie, which will tell you where she's at on any given day. She also has a city cell phone, which you can call anytime, and she will let you know where she is. But for the most part, if she answers the city cell phone. But if she's not in the building, she's walking the street giving out the flyers, or we are in the store because she doesn't have a city credit card. Every time she has to go purchase something, I have to go with her to do these purchases. In addition to all of that, if you talk about overtime and comp time, we still have roads and streets making overtime for Saturdays and Sundays. So be mindful of that when you're discussing overtime. and comp time.
Well,
Also,
Not making overtime anymore. They're taking a day off in the middle of the week so that they're working 40 hours.
so for Saturday and Sunday, that on-call time, they're no longer receiving overtime?
Oh, no, not the on-call. I'm talking about the events. Obviously, the on-call is something that cannot be planned, but for the things that we can plan, Mr. Daughtrey has been very proactive in meeting with all of these individuals, sending them memos, telling them no more overtime.
Yeah, it wasn't 6 hours a day. And then, they do the 10 hours on the weekend. I think that's what it was.
That's what the memo was that went out that basically changed their hours.
Or they're taking a day off completely in the week. Like, for example, working Tuesday through Saturday and then taking off Sunday, Monday.
That makes a lot of sense. And that's really should, if people are going to do that and to stop the overtime, the comp time, I think that's really not a bad idea. I think it's a good plan.
Well, I'm a union baby. I grew up union. I grew up in New York, and I've always been a avid union supporter. And I try to model everything I do after the union. Here's my CWA local handbook from 1998. And I do believe in doing overtime to reward employees for their hard work and dedication. People live on overtime, to supplement their income, and they depend on that overtime, especially during the holiday season. So this is one of those issues that we're going to agree to disagree, because they've always received overtime in the past. You have a lot of employees that are making 30 and 40,000 that, that overtime helps them pay their bills. So for that, I'm going to say I am a staunch supporter of overtime and, union. And so that's why, I always fight for overtime. And I also like to reward the employees in addition to giving them overtime, because of the fact that I know that they could be at home with their family. Usually you see that I'll usually bring it up after we do 3 or 4 consecutive events, back when they were getting overtime and not comp time, because we only just started this comp time thing when Agatha came in. We didn't do comp time before that. We always did overtime. So for the past 17 years of me being here, for 16 of the 17 years, we did overtime. For the past 29 years that Howard's been here, we've done overtime. Also, when you bring the police department in, they are union and they require overtime. And so because they require overtime, then you can't treat the other employees unfairly by not giving them overtime. So this year has been an interesting year because of the way the budget was put together last year by Agatha, that we're having these issues. But if you look back through the history of the town, we've always paid our employees overtime that were hourly employees. I'm going to say it that way. Natasha and Todd never got overtime. Unless it was the hurricanes where they had to stay in City Hall. Natasha, Todd, and Tom, and Bob, during those hurricanes when they were sitting in City Hall 24/7, those were the only times that they got overtime, because that was paid for through FEMA. And because they were required to be here 24/7. Otherwise, that's it. So I believe in overtime. I'm sorry. That's just me. I think it's good to reward your employees. I think it's unfair to take away their Saturdays and Sundays, because we're having events which benefit the community. So for me, I'm going to stick to my guns and say, look, tonight we've agreed to disagree on a lot of things. I will always be voting for overtime.
Well, Mayor, I understand where you're coming from. Okay, but we have to be careful that it's not being abused, and that I also have a lot of concerns because, we're losing money, this town. We're waiving this fee, that fee, we're paying this one, and it's just, everything adds up, So, we have to be careful with our spending.
But you got people in Tallahassee that's not giving you.
And we take good care of our employees.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I'd just like to chime in here. You don't ever have to worry about Joy working. She is always working. And she is a model employee, and that's all I'd have to say. She's great.
Go ahead, Ray.
So Gina hears that, and everything they said, Gina, a lot of times she's out and about, but she does not slack. She works her hours and everything all those commissioners said about her is true.
No, and I believe everything that you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I like Joy.
Yeah. I don't know why we're focused on her.
I'm just talking about because of the reason why we started to focus on her is because she is the project
events
coordinator, and because it's her job to do a lot of these events, why is she getting? My question was, why is she getting the comp time and a half?
Oh,
when it's part of her job. That's all. You know.
Well, can I get comp time and overtime, me and Jacobs, since we've been sitting at the park all day and night, and I'm running around to the store every single week buying all the soda, the water, the plastic bags.
Please mute your phones, please.
All these supplies. Can I get some comp time or overtime too, please? Jacobs, you want comp time too? Ray, you want comp time because you've been walking the streets too, Howard?
Me too with this drainage. Let me tell you, 24/7, I've lost so much sleep. I'm always happy.
Okay, can we move on again? We're kind of covered this subject.
Well, they still have a few more things to discuss on this because they got time spent on commissioners' events. Go ahead, Ray. Ray, what did you have to say? And then is there anything else y'all want to talk on that?
I agree with Jacobs and Howard that Joy is a hard worker. I've seen it myself firsthand. She's there every Saturday and she does a lot more than a lot of people think. And I think we should bump her up to 50,000 just to get the comp time thing out the way and not have this discussion again.
And I'm not disagreeing with anyone. Okay.
Yolanda?
And I've seen her work hard too.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something since we're talking about comp time and overtime and you know the budget for next year as well, how we're going to do this. I am probably one of the few human resources that is also extremely pro-union. And for those of you that don't know, my dad was a union president for the Miami Police Department and the vice president for the state of Florida for 12 years. So I'm very pro-union and I'm very pro-overtime and comp time. But at the same time, if you all see the numbers for this year for the budget, which I sat down with Harry, and Harry, tell me if my numbers are correct. We budgeted about $45,000 in overtime this fiscal year, and we are already at over 80,000. So we have to consider the numbers as well. And I think that puts these things into perspective, why we've done what we've done, which is at least for the remainder of the fiscal year, try to cut as much overtime as possible. Harry, correct me on the numbers if I'm wrong.
Yeah, actually, I think you actually mixed the numbers. The numbers, we did budget 45,000. The $80,000 number is what the actual overtime was for last fiscal year. Okay. We did budget 45,000 for last fiscal year as well as this current fiscal year, and I believe the number year to date on the overtime is 22,000. And I think a lot of that has to do with what the mayor mentioned with Agatha changing the policy from overtime to comp time. So the overtime went away and the comp hours increased.
Okay. Okay. So we will have this discussion later. Is there anything else you guys wanted to talk about on 10.2, time spent on each commissioner's event?
Well, Joy,
Ma'am, oh, go ahead, Yolanda.
No, that Joy was going to give an update on the town events.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, Joy.
Mayor, Commission, good evening again. I am doing a report going over each event that the town holds in the fiscal year. I'm doing a report because I'm putting together what it's going to cost us, what we have budgeted in for the next fiscal year, what it's going to take to do this event, or maybe we can cut out some of the events that we have. But the only thing that we have left for this fiscal year is the book bag giveaway. And since we're in this pandemic, going through this COVID stuff, we can't have people coming, we can't have large crowds. So I was thinking like maybe the kids, well, this will be my first book bag giveaway because Stephanie did it in the past. So this will be my first time doing this event. But my idea was for the kids that we have already listed and in the system that we have that was given to me when I got there by Jocelyn, the list that we have of the kids in the town. Maybe we can call those kids, make sure that they still live in the town of Pembroke Park, and they can come to the town and pick up their bags and their supplies instead of canceling the events for the kids, because they are going to go back to school. And these kids in our town do need the supplies and the book bags, because I think eventually you guys used to do haircuts. I'm not sure. You used to do different things for the kids going back to school. I'm not sure because this is my first event for this.
Yeah, we what we've done originally, it started out where the kids just came and picked up the book bags, and we would have that on a Saturday, and we'd be here all day Saturday doing that, where they would just trickle into the back door and they would get their bag and keep on moving. Over the years, we have expanded the program to allow them to be fully ready with haircuts and hair braiding. Somebody needs to mute their phone because I'm hearing I don't know what. So, we made it a fun event for them as their last hurrah before school started, where we do the bounce house, the hot dogs, pizza, DJ, haircuts, barber, hair braids, things like that. And so it did turn into a bigger event, even though the people that we had here, they were volunteers cutting hair and braiding hair and things like that. They were all volunteers. And then we also before COVID, we just got New View to agree to do eye exams for the kids so that they can get free glasses, so that they could start off in school with glasses so they could see the blackboard, so they can't complain that they, have any excuses not to do good in school. But with COVID being the way it is, we can go back to just letting them come pick up the book bags and keep it moving. Because I know they've opened up beauticians and hair shops, but I just still am not comfortable with that.
And I wouldn't be comfortable with that as well. And I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, Mayor. Thank you.
So is there any more discussion on that?
You could have a drive-through backpack giveaway.
Drive through and walk up, because not everybody has cars. Okay, go ahead, Jacobs.
I think it's the next item I have up is canceling the town events.
Okay,
Can I,
$69,000
Jeffrey?
left.
Jeffrey?
That will be saving the town. Go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, real quick, before we get to that, the only other thing I would like to do on the number five, is that we just coordinate with everybody to allocate the events where it smoothly runs throughout a calendar year. And I hear Joy talking about a calendar, and so we can all put our input in on that. That's all I have on that five. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
And may I, Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I think we should just stick with the couple of events that we have a year for our residents, and that's it. And that's what
Mute your phone, please. I'm sorry, somebody has to mute. I can't.
But anyways, I agree with Jacob, Clerk Commissioner.
Okay.
But if we're gonna do the events, we keep doing what we've been doing for years. and not overspend.
Yeah, well, I mean, the biggest item is our 60th anniversary, even though we're, 63 years in, we still haven't planned our 60th, and we're 63 years old now. It just kind of rolls over until something actually happens or plans, and so that's why it's just there. We haven't touched that money in the past 3 years, hence it's the 60th anniversary, and we're 63 years old.
Can I say, and I can
57?
say something?
Yes.
And I think it should stay there and use it for other things that the town needs. Just because the money's budgeted for these events doesn't mean we have to spend it to the, all the way down to the penny, or we have to spend it.
We haven't
That's
been.
why listen,
We
we're
haven't
going
been,
broke.
Gina, we haven't been spending the money. That's
But
why
we don't have any more money. We're running out of money, Mayor. We got to start watching our pennies.
Yeah, if you get the money from Tallahassee, we'd have some money, but unfortunately, we're not getting money from Tallahassee. All right, go ahead, Howard.
Okay, real quick, Jeffrey, Commissioner Jacobs. So just explain real quick again what this item is and what you're trying to do, what you want to do, if you would.
The item I have listed is it lists how much we've spent on the town events so far, how much money's remaining, and due to the pandemic and everything that's going on and large crowds we can't have, I thought we would just move forward and cancel the remainder of the events for the year,
Calendar year or fiscal year?
For the fiscal year,
Okay.
which gets us I think Joy, you'll have to come back up. I think the only thing that we have left for this year is the back to school.
Yeah.
But then also monitoring and listening to Broward schools every single meeting they have. And they don't even know what they're doing yet when it comes back to going back to school. They're trying to figure out social distancing. They're really trying to push people enrolling into online, online school versus going to the traditional classroom. I don't think Broward's figured out what to do yet. And I don't think our back to school, giveaway is we don't even know what's going to happen with it right now, So at this point, by the looks of it, we're going to be saving the town $69,000 this year with not using anything else for the events. But most of the events have already happened or not happened.
So I'm going to say this on that. Okay, so the newsletters, we still do need to put out some newsletters. We haven't done that yet. Okay, we have it budgeted. We've spent 2,000 of the 10,000 for newsletters. We need to actually put out newsletters, informing the community of what's available and things like that, because the community's calling, asking for information. That's one. We haven't spent our actual food distribution farm share. There's 2,000 budgeted for that. Howard still has 22,000 left for the community garden.
Hey, I'd like to point out one thing in there. There's $7,500 in there for advertising for the events, which would cover the cost of the flyers and a bunch of other stuff that we've used. So for the food giveaways, the printing, the ink,
Our time walking.
Yeah, the new shoes I'm gonna need because I don't have tread left on the bottom of mine now.
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to cut the little library money for the books. So that, but yeah, I mean, otherwise,
well,
everything.
when it comes to little libraries, we've gotten linked up with some people with the Broward County Library that are donating books to us as well. So I have the two little libraries sitting in front of me right now, and the post in my living room being painted tonight. And then I have 3 boxes of books already that have been donated by the Broward County Library, children's books and adult books to put in them. So, I have those there, and that was all donated with the books.
Go ahead, Howard. Go ahead, Howard. We can't hear you, Howard.
I had it muted. Okay, and there's still a couple of educational things that Joy and I, have been working on that we want to do with the local school, Lake Forest, who had come out and spent their afternoon putting in and working, in the food orchard. So there's some things that, I would hate to see it stop everything, but, the lion's share of it, we probably could do. It sounds good if we could save, and because of the pandemic, we can't have big, large crowds anyway. So that's my input.
Need to fix this town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Number 10 for agenda documentation process. Commissioner Cohen. Where'd she go?
I got it confused again. I got to bring it to your attention. You just said about flyers, and you said we haven't done any flyers, and we need to do flyers. So didn't you just say that a few minutes ago?
Newsletter. Newsletter.
A newsletter. Did you say
Okay.
news? Oh, I thought you said flyers.
No, newsletter.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Okay. Now, where are we at?
Agenda documentation process. You have that.
That's under my name?
Yes, Commissioner Cohen.
Okay. I didn't. What was it?
10-4.
Commissioner Cohen.
What is it?
Commissioner Cohen, this
I'm
is
having a hard time hearing.
Okay, everybody.
Use your phone, people.
Their phones, please. Their devices.
Okay.
Commissioner
Hello?
Cohen,
Yes.
you had asked to put this item on the agenda because at the last commission meeting, it was stated that in order to put agenda items through, it needed to be approved by the city manager and the town attorney. And therefore, we were just gonna get clarification because this would really be difficult to obtain.
And that's for the flyers, right? What are you talking, or the
No.
newsletter?
That was about the agenda. That was about the commission agendas.
Okay, Gina, let me help
I
you
don't
out
know.
on this one.
I forgot
Gina,
this.
let me help you out on this one.
Oh, yeah,
All right.
help me on this, would you please?
Okay.
Because I'm tired.
I know, it's
Okay,
11:27.
we're all getting tired here. It's been a
So
long day.
what happened is we had adopted 2 years ago, or OL had given us a agenda cover sheet. And in the agenda cover sheet, it said that the city manager would have to look over the items on the agenda and approve it, sign off that they had knowledge of it, and whether they agreed with it or not. The same thing with the city attorney. The city attorney needed to look it over so that if there was a resolution that needed to be written, he would have the resolution ready for us instead of us putting items on the agenda and him not knowing and saying, okay, well, he didn't have knowledge of it. And it's also with the iCompass software, where when we upload something on the agenda, it's supposed to go through checkpoints so that everybody's aware of the item. So we're not having these discussions where we're asking, well, hey, what is this? What are you talking about? And then you're stuck having to figure out, well, hey, is it a budgeted item? Well, finance didn't know anything about it because you shoved it on the agenda and finance didn't know. The city attorney doesn't know that he needs a resolution or there needs to be a contract, so then he doesn't know. So that's what this is in reference to, is because we adopted that policy 2 years ago because we were having that same issue. And then even at last week's meeting, was it last week? Whatever it was. The last meeting we just had, we had the same situation of having to ask, well, hey, did the city attorney know about this? And then we were sitting there scrambling and Chris is like, well, I need more time to look this up because I didn't see it. And then the attorney's like, well, he didn't know anything about it. And so it's to streamline the process, because if everybody looks at it and checks it off through iCompass, then everybody's on the same page and the meetings can flow better because it forces them to have the information
and we're not
beforehand, so that we're not sitting here having to scramble and wait for another resolution.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's what that was about. but you put it on the agenda, so.
Right, that was right, because I didn't want to, and we did have that discussion. And you know what? So we need to have, I don't know how we, do we do a resolution to make sure
It
that,
was already adopted 2 years ago.
but so how do you handle this? Tell me, I don't know.
You tell staff to do their job.
Well, what do you do?
Commissioner Cohen, if I
Yes.
may interject, please.
Yes.
It's really not a process that works right. And I understand that it was approved in the past, but one of the things that I did when I got started was to actually give deadlines which have not been met. The reason the agenda gets posted on the Friday is for all of you to have the sufficient time to bring it to our attention. Every single week, I sent out deadlines saying,
Right.
it's this day, is this day, is this day. Then I post the draft so that
Right.
everyone can look at it, including the manager and including our town attorney. Therefore, the process is in place, but if the people don't go ahead and work it, the agenda will never function, even if you get 100 people to sign off on it. Because you're given the tools, but you choose to wait till the meeting to bring it up. And that isn't when you bring it up. If you've got a suggestion or a question and you see something on the agenda, then you need to reach out to whomever that is so that we can approach it and address it prior to the meeting. The situation with Jocelyn, making sure that the manager had gone ahead and pre-approved her intuition, nobody knew that he had to approve it first. This is things that have happened in the past. And again, because there's no process, because different process comes back and forth without, 1 minute it's being done for the last 6 months, fine. Then suddenly it's not done properly. Then we need to change the system. Then let's change it again. I think that all this falls under the clerk's office. And I think the clerk is the one who needs to put a process together that will work for everyone rather than everybody overseeing everybody else's department. And because we're having a new manager come in on the 1st, my recommendation is for the manager and myself to work together. In the last 6 months, I've heard absolutely no complaints about the documents. I have gone ahead and provided them to everybody. Again, my goal is to give you ample time. And if you have any questions, please reach out to the department head. Please reach out to whomever is the one putting this document forth, because if somebody claims they did not see it, then I'm very sorry to state that it has been on the agenda with plenty of time.
Hit at the last minute with things that we have no knowledge on, or I had no knowledge on.
Yeah, and honestly, the last couple of meetings have been off the game because workshops weren't being done, but meetings were being scheduled, and this makes it very difficult. This is why we are doing today by our old schedule. That's why June 10th is scheduled by the old schedule. And actually, you know what? The next item is it's clerk commissioners as well, but it's my update on the town department. And if you look at the memo that I submitted on in regards to what are the documents that this town is currently behind on and what this town has done in the past, I want to give you the numbers, because I think numbers, you can write whatever you want on a piece of paper, but numbers don't lie. And what I've stated is that in 2017, there were 39 minutes done. There were 93 resolutions and 7 ordinances. That is a total of 139 documents. In 2018, 59 minutes, 50 resolutions, and 12 ordinances. That is 121 documents. 2019, there was 41 minutes, 127 resolutions, and 9 ordinances. Now, you're talking about again, 177 documents. If you have your workshops and with your workshops and your regular commission meeting, there should be a total of 24 meetings a year. Anything exceeding 24 meetings a year is already pushing the limits of the town, pushing the limits of the department. I mean, 59 minutes in 1 year, you know, this needs to be this. There's got to be, you know, control on these on this situation. There needs to be control on the amount of meetings that the commission is calling, because otherwise there's no way to catch up on the minutes. And you know, there's, you know, I wanted you to see these numbers because, you know, sometimes, you know, you guys don't, you know, the commission doesn't understand that, you know, exactly what you were talking about with Joy and her hours. Well, you know what? This puts a lot of pressure on my department. This puts a lot of hours on my staff. And my staff, I can't afford for Susie to be out, because the truth is we do at least a minimum of 2 meetings a month, which that, and then there's code enforcement, there's planning and zoning, there's the hearing magistrate that we just did the other day. So, you know, our monthly meetings, not including all of those, okay, make it a constant, you know, that we're constantly working on minutes, constantly working on the upcoming agenda. I don't stop an agenda when I'm already starting on the next one. Tomorrow I have to post for the one on Monday. I have to get all the documentations. Then I have to send it to you guys. Then I have to go ahead and make sure that in the my agenda is also posted 48 hours before a meeting, which means tomorrow I will be posting the agenda and the notice. So that's what you guys got to take into consideration when we're talking about these numbers, or when we're talking about how to get things done. Well, right now, I have the same situation with Susie and comp time, because I can't afford for her to be out, because I need her to do the work.
Right.
But at the same time, she is one of the people that she doesn't sit and listen to the meetings like some other individuals do. She actually works them.
I think,
and this
Marlon,
becomes a big issue.
You're making it, and you know, and once we get our town attorney, not town attorney, our town manager, and the two of you will work on that, and we will have, you know, and I'm sure everything's gonna work out, and we'll have a resolution.
I really do appreciate your support. I wanted to give you all the numbers so that you saw where we were at, and that, you know, what I'd like to do is I'd like to finish this off probably on the June 10th meeting. I'm going to produce all the minutes that we have pending, more than anything for Harry, because he does need them for the audit. So I'm going to try to produce all of those. I've already spoken to the attorney. He told me that I can go ahead and I don't have to sign those minutes that I was not responsible for. I only have to bring them before you, then stamp them with the seal, and that's sufficient, because it's really a difficult chore to go back to 3 years, 3 years in the past. That should have never have happened. It should have never have gotten to this point, because, you know, everybody's going to question these things, because of course it's 3 years old. I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, not to imagine what I did 3 years ago.
Well, you're not alone, because I've been working 24/7, especially with all this rain coming down, and I'm very, very tired.
Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, okay, I like what Marlon is saying. I think she knows the position best. And I think it would be to our best interest to let her meet with the new manager, and then she'll know what documentation we need to keep everything straight. And then we might have to go back and change the policy that we did before. It might be too stringent, you know, and you know, the only one that'll get the documentation in every week is you know who, okay? And I can't imagine having to go and have him sign everything off, because he's so busy. So I think we need to let Marlon do her job. She's not going to overdo it, and she's not going to underdo it.
And we're not going to be hit with surprises.
I don't think so. Not with Marlon. I think she'll.
Right.
I think.
And the new manager.
And the new manager.
Okay, we're getting almost at 12 o'clock. We got 25 minutes to go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Howard.
Yeah,
Does
thank you.
anybody have any questions for me before we move on, please?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right,
I'm
thank you guys, I
tired.
appreciate it. If you have any questions, as always, I'm available to all of you at any time. The next one is 10.6.
HMGP, Vice Mayor Clark and Assistant Public Works Director Miriam. Howard, unmute because we can't hear you, or we're just gonna go ahead and vote yes
Yeah.
and keep it moving.
Okay, Madam Mayor, there's a lot to this. As we knew what was going to happen, happened. The saving grace is Miriam, the Assistant Public Works Director, and Jacques, Miriam Jacques, and the town manager, and Harry, and Connie, and myself. We all jumped in there. She took the lead, and we had just a few hours left before we'd be in default on an application. And she worked till late at night and got it done. And we're back in the ball game. And that's why we need this engineer, which we're going to get. And there's many items here. This HMGP Southwest 25th Street drainage improvement, we have an agreement to be signed. We've been approved. And again, this is all Miriam keeping in contact with them. And the hardest part was couldn't get into Todd's files. That was a difficult time. So Commissioner Jacobs is really right on point, and the rest of the commissioners. So without me having to go through and explain for an hour, I'm going to try to make this as painless as I can.
We need to vote on anything?
No, not tonight. But
No, I mean next week on this.
Oh, yeah. There's
Okay.
a lot of stuff that has to be voted on, RFPs, agreements. But what I do want to say is I put a call in for Attorney Ryan. And if Attorney Ryan doesn't call me back, then we're going to lose everything.
What did you call me?
I left a message with your secretary, 2 or 3 days ago. And I know the assistant public service director has also, because these, and I'm just telling you, and I'm not saying anything negative, Chris. What I'm saying, let's move forward.
I didn't see the message.
Okay, let's move forward and let's have a meeting. Can you have a meeting Friday? And let's go over all these items. There's many items here that we have to deal with now, not later. So what time Friday would you be able to meet with us?
I don't have my schedule. Probably before lunch, maybe 11 o'clock or something like that. What do you what all do you have?
Okay.
All the attachments?
What I'm gonna do is I'll start and I'll try to, I'll
Just send me the attachments. I'll go through them.
no,
And
I'm not
they'll
gonna
be
do
prepared.
that, Chris. We're gonna get together and do this right.
Well, but I need to see
This
them
is
ahead of
big
time.
money that we're gonna lose if we don't get it right. And a lot of this is engineering and legal. So please just bear with me, okay? And so let me walk through it so I know the commission got to hear it and what we're dealing with. 10.6, okay, the HMGP Southwest 25th Street drainage improvement. We need an RFP for design. The agreement has been approved. We've been approved or awarded the grant from the HMGP, and there's several components. And
Was that one of the 400s that our director missed, or he was in?
Oh,
Because I know we had like 400 grants.
Let them finish.
What we're gonna do, Commissioner Cohen, we're moving forward. We have a
And we know the
manager.
projects that we have, and that's why we're gonna get this engineer in there
Yep.
to take care of John Lyons Road.
So let
Take
me do
care of-
this.
Yes.
Let me do this. There's so much here, but thank God we're gonna be okay. We caught it in time. And so let me just say it out for the record, so then we can move on, and then we'll have this meeting at 11 o'clock Friday, and we're gonna get this done, right, Attorney Ryan?
I said, I'm looking at all these documents are dated in February.
Hey, how about just listening to me, please, sir? Okay?
Howard, I thought there was something going on Friday, a meeting.
We don't have anything Friday, do we?
Was it Friday? I thought we said something about Friday.
Okay.
I don't know, you better look.
let me go through it so you'll know what to expect on the next meeting. You got
Vice
10-6.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Commissioner Cohen, what I believe Joy said that there was the ethics virtual meeting on Friday at 10.
I thought that was,
It's June 3rd, Marlon. I'm sorry.
Third.
Oh, I'm
June
sorry.
3rd.
and the
Okay,
4th,
June 3rd.
and the
Me-
4th.
And the 4th. Yes, sir.
Yolanda has something to add, so can you guys let Yolanda talk?
Sorry, just leave me some time on Friday for interviews.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so let me do my job here and at least put this out on the record so everybody knows, and I'll tell you, we're gonna bring this stuff up at the next meeting. And by that time, the attorney will have all the appropriate documentation for us, whatever it may be. So we got 10-6, HMGP, Southwest 25th Street Drainage Improvement. We need the RFP for design update, and we have to also start working to get into the agreement with FEMA. And then we also need, Attorney Ryan, you need to produce an opinion letter for myself and Commissioner Cohen that we could vote on John P. Lyons and Southwest 25th Street. Would you have that ready for us?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're going to jump down to 10-7 and we get into more of it. And that's grant project update, Vice Mayor Clark, Assistant Public Director Jacques. Okay, then you go over to your documentation and I'll walk down, you know, including but not limited to, in case we leave something out, awarded and recommended projects. We have the Southwest 30th Avenue Stormwater Improvement. And that's the town. We have the Southwest 30th Avenue Sanitary Sewer Improvement. That's the town. Number 3, Southwest 52nd Avenue and South Park Road sidewalk, bike lanes, and drainage. MPOC slip. So these are all things that might need action. A lot of them do. 52nd Avenue complete streets, surtax. Number 5, Southwest 25th Street stormwater improvements. There's the one, Gina, for over in our area that'll help out tremendously. $1,075,000. That has been pulled from the agenda. And the reason why is our attorney has to meet with the county's attorney or MPO's attorney to work out the details. She will only work with another attorney. So he is very important. And then we can give you all the details about that Friday, okay, Chris?
But Howard, don't you think you should
Okay,
wait
yeah.
for the engineer?
No, yeah, the engineer is going to be plugged in while all this is going forward.
Yeah,
That's fine.
because he's
We're going to be
getting,
good.
okay.
Yes, we're good. We're good. And that's thanks to the commission and Yolanda. Okay, we got the John P. Lyons stormwater improvement. All right, we got the John P. Lyons stormwater improvement again. One's the HMGP, the other is legislative. We have bike lanes and sidewalk improvement project, surtax. We have the county line stormwater connection. They pulled that. So we have to respond to that on the 16th, most likely in a public forum to a dais of oversight members. Okay, but I was ready to go, and so was Miriam. We were sitting up there, but then someone out in the street dug down and cut the FPL line, and there was no power to the governmental center, so they had to delay it. You know, maybe that's a good omen. All right, so hardening of town hall. Okay, HMGP, Agro-Eco, that's the FERDAP. Okay, that's coming out. Okay, that hasn't gone to the governor yet for the budget, but it will, it's coming. So let me just name them and then know that these are all coming forward. We're gonna meet with the attorney. We're gonna have a new manager. We're gonna have an engineer, and we have Miriam, you have Connie, you have Chris, Ryan, you have I mean, it's all very good. We have not lost anything. Then we have the preserve ADA compliant restroom. We're gonna have to go and put it, and that's up to Chris how to do it. Chris Ryan, RFP for bid and design. We have the, again, many projects listed 1 through 20. And so including but not limited to all those, Chris will determine what legal documents we need, and then we'll have to bring those back up to the regular meeting on the 10th for action. But these are what we're dealing with right now. Now, if something breaks loose where we have to have this done Monday, then at the beginning of the meeting, I'll add an item to it with total explanations. So we're okay. That's what I have to say. Is there anything?
And you know what? We're all aware of everything that you just said.
Well,
Every commissioner is on board.
Yep.
And they know all the projects that need to be done in this town and all the work.
And
all the
we'll be getting ready soon, you know.
Yeah, I got 10 minutes. Come on.
In the near future, okay, then I'll just give me another 2 minutes. In the near future, you got to remember, we've got to come around again for all these, what we are looking for. So we have to finish this up and move forward and get it all in a logical order where it's
we'll
going
get
forward.
some grants and we'll get a professional engineer who knows what he's doing.
Yep. So thank you. I think I covered it there.
All right, grant projects update.
Huh?
You did grant projects update in that?
Well, that
Or
was
that part of the
10-7. Yeah, that was 10-7.
Okay.
And then you can, then 10-8.
What do you have for 10-8? Agenda item
Okay,
update.
10-8, I talked to Dave Segerson. Okay, he wishes us all well. Now, what he's asking for us to do, this bill that we have our language in for annexation has not yet gone to the governor. The governor is for the first time.
Nothing's gone to the, no, I said nothing's gone to the governor yet, so we're waiting. So we're in hold. So let's not say anything about it.
Okay, I thought I had to disclose. Okay, so what
You have
he's
anything?
asking, and the other lobbyists, if we will pass a resolution saying that we support Senate Bill 410.
And what is that?
Well, that'll be our language that we like is in a bill that's been passed by the Senate and the okay. So
Howard, are you looking at my face?
I know. Okay, I'm shutting up. So Dave said that he would work with Chris, so he'll do that. Okay, and Chris, you could have the resolution. So that's all I've got, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, I guess the next one's mine too.
Yes, it is. NPO, FDOT, FEMA, you already covered that.
Yeah,
You already covered that?
I covered all that.
Covered all? Okay, so we don't need those items on the agenda again. All right, thank you. 10-9, request to secure access to Park Lake Inc. What do you have for that?
Okay, again, what has happened is the directors would like for us to, and you see the letter in the backup, form a committee because they would like to have Lakeshore Drive become their property and their responsibility. We've been through this several times, Madam Mayor. You can recall it, and it's been going on for decades. So, you know, if you don't mind, I could, you know, or somebody, I'll sit on it. I've dealt with this before. You have a property owner that doesn't want to do it, and you have the community that wants us to turn it over to them. So we can come back to you if you don't mind. Well, they're not even down here now. Most of the directors are up in Canada. So does anybody mind if I sit on that little committee they're asking and report back to the commission?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, the next one,
Coca-Cola.
1010 Coca-Cola sent an email to me.
It's a silver.
And you see that as the backup. And the manager and I met with, or the assistant manager and I met with Coca-Cola, and their resolution is they would like to look into having their own third-party inspectors so that this can more peacefully go through. They've had a little bit of problems. However, the town has done everything they could do to work with them. and they've done everything they could do to work with the town, the way I see it, after hearing their side of it. And so.
What problem was that, Howard?
This is a problem. It's not really a problem.
I know you had a meeting with them, but
Yeah,
what was?
It's not a problem. They want to do all these improvements over there. And what they're saying, instead of interpretation of the code, and Miguel has been great in whatever anybody asked him to do, he was there and did it along with the staff, Lucy and Teresa. So this is, and I would turn this over to the manager, our new manager. Let him handle this.
All right.
This is
good.
putting all parties
And then maybe
together.
I'll know what's going on as well, because that's my district. All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Clark.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor
Who's that?
Clark and all the commissioners. Miguel Nunez, building official. I just have, and I wanted to make clear that each and every one of you pay close attention to what I'm going to say.
Okay.
That is not what this email says. I respectfully disagree with Mayor Clark. That is not what they want. What they want is to forgo, in my opinion, the building code. And I will advise each and every one of the commissioner, and I will recommend Councilor Ryan to be also follow up into that. Read very careful. Florida statute 468, 604.
Okay.
Before you make that recommendation, sir.
Yeah. I'm not making no recommendation, not me.
No.
I'm going to get the manager.
The town manager also cannot direct any enforcement of the building code or direct the building code interferes. And that's a law requirement on the Florida statute.
Yeah, that's right. And I told him
recommend-
that.
I work for the town, but I enforce the state statutes.
Yep, and I agree.
What you guys are saying.
I agree, but let's see if, okay, may I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I'm with you. And that's what that was my statement, that no one can make that decision except for the building officials and the inspectors under him or her. So that I made clear. Plus, I said, we're just looking for a way, if possible, to resolve the issue where things might go more smoothly. That's it. It's just.
But we have to follow the statutes.
And stop working without permit.
Huh? What's that?
The solution is that they stop working without permits and try to forego the Florida building code.
Well, that's why we're going to get into it, but I'd like to
That's why
bring.
you have that memo, and that memo is a specific attack into the chief electrical inspector, which I support 100%, sir.
Okay.
Can I get a copy of that, please, in
Let's-
my box?
So what I would like to do is, again, when we get our new manager,
And just to
let's bring him up to date,
sir,
McGill.
that response to that letter was done to Mr. Daughtrey.
Yeah, the letter also went to Mr. Daughtrey, right?
And he never told me
No,
nothing.
the letter on my response went to Mr. Daughtrey.
Okay, so
It
we
went
got,
to Mr. Daughtrey, May 19.
yeah,
The day
McGill.
before you have the meeting with them.
McGill, what we're trying to do is if we can settle things between inspectors and groups, that's what we want to do. No one's going to bind anyone. You got to follow the law. I know that, you know that, everybody here knows that. So
And I
let's try. All I would like to do is inform, sit down, you could sit down there with me, okay? Because I'm on your side. I believe in what you're saying, but we also have to try to resolve the issues and let's hear them out. There's nothing wrong with that. Commission here can always say no, and we can't go against code. You know that, and I know that. So,
I just
Well,
want
didn't you have several meetings with them on this?
I just want to make sure
No,
that
I
we
didn't.
backdoors meetings and this condition involve the building department because Coca-Cola, their current representatives have lied and they have their meeting is very disingenuous. And your statement, Mr. Clark, is not representative to that email that is on the memo on the dais right now.
what I'm saying, McGill, is let's try. I'm not binding the commission. In fact, I even think I said that. Alls I could do is if they request somebody to come forward to talk to them, then let's try to do it peacefully. That's all. No, I don't see a problem here at all.
There's nothing peaceful after 4,000 emails and support all this time and accepting the work without permits, without they have, and still they are interfering and they start doing some things. So before you have a meeting with them, and that's when I get defensive, if you want to call it that way, and I respectfully agree with that.
No, I understand. I didn't realize
when there is background deals and backroom meetings with them, and the building department is not involved, and that may create a conflict with Forest Statute 468-619.
Okay, first and foremost, there's no back deals.
I didn't know that.
There's no back deals, period. Okay, period.
I hope that's
And now that I know that you're defensive, I will tell you first. I only am trying, look, someone else can do it. The mayor can do it. Okay, but somebody.
No, the building official needs to do it.
He
It's
will.
my district, Howard, and I want the building official to handle this.
He will be involved. He'll be involved. Every time we do anything, he will be
He will
involved.
be involved with the manager, but that is
Yeah.
my district. And I am telling you that I want the building official and I want the manager that is coming on to be involved.
Yep, and that's the way it was left with Mr. Daughtrey, but we're getting a new manager. And now we'll have the new manager, building and Coke, seeing if they can work all the stuff out. That's all. No
Commission,
deals.
just 1 second,
Simple as
please.
that.
Attorney Ryan,
Pumpkin time.
I'm here. No.
Attorney Ryan, I know that there is no voting at this meeting. It's a workshop, but can we exceed the 12 o'clock or do we need to have a consensus to go ahead and finish off the meeting?
Let's just get a consensus, but we do really need to wrap it up. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, okay, we only have a few more documents. Do you guys all agree to just continue going and finish off this agenda, please? I know, Mayor, I know you're tired. Please, just let's finish it off real
We're
quick.
all tired.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we're doing well. I think the other items are just gonna be 1, 2, 3 red light.
All right,
So,
let's go.
So
Next
we're done
one
with
is
that.
the
McGill?
toxic,
McGill?
yeah, we're
McGill,
done.
you'll have the manager and you and whoever, however you set it all up is fine. As long as we made an attempt to talk to her. But I heard what you said and you're right. So let's try to resolve it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so that's that one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have 10.11, which is the toxic exposure. Assistant Town Manager,
That report is in the package.
okay.
We had the outside consultant to review all of the cleaning items that was used, and you have a written official report on that.
Okay, so do we need to have any conversation on that, or you were just informing the commission?
Just informing the commission.
Okay. All right, 1012 update RFP FEMA monitoring service. Chris, I'm sorry, I just saw your email a little while ago. Did you call the folks? It was Orlando that had just put out their RFP. Chris?
No, I didn't because I didn't know who it was, but when I get the information from you, I'll follow.
Okay, thank you. 1013 assistant town manager, contract assistant town manager, Noel Daughtrey.
You have a letter in your packet. I would appreciate if you would review it.
Oh, there's so much in this report. Okay. Anybody have any questions? No? Okay, 1014, FEMA, Miguel,
Yes,
go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Miguel Nunez, building official. This is an agreement that is required by FEMA in order to obtain information about repetitive loss it is part of the Privacy Act that is a federal required. I have one highlighted, which is the one that they send us, and I have one partially completed, waiting for Attorney Ryan to, you instruct Attorney Ryan to complete this agreement and decide which is the persons that are gonna be receiving the information from the federal government. They require for us to be very, very careful because there will be personal information and we cannot distribute them in any way. And that's the reason why I wanted to make sure that you address this requirement and decide who's gonna sign it in the name of the town.
Please, if you could mute your devices, please.
Any questions?
I don't think anyone has any questions. I think it's after midnight. No one has any questions. 10-5, Special Magistrate for Code Enforcement, Miguel.
Yes, this is also another a change of our ordinance that I'm requesting to add the special magistrate to the code enforcement to the already established code enforcement board. This is to whenever we don't have a quorum or facilitate the code enforcement process, we can bring a special magistrate. Right now, it's in an addition to the code enforcement board, but this is a system that is being used to multiple municipalities and it's been very successful. Any questions?
What's the cost associated? Because I know before most cities, when they do the special magistrate, something like 79,000 a year or something.
No, there is a contract. There is a contract that needs to be decided and studied with the special magistrate, and that is offset by the administrative cost of the cases. We expect to bring 20 to 25 cases a month, and we're trying to increase the code enforcement process. And with the current board, sometimes quorum is not achievable, so we need to bring a special magistrate.
All right, can you give me the cost associated? Because I'm not finding it right now in the report.
No, there's no cost associated. I just wanted to make sure that it goes into the ordinance. And once it goes into the ordinance, then we will be able to address that issue as a contract. Sometimes you have a contract that is per hour. Sometimes it is not a fixed lump sum by the year, but that depends on who attorney we use.
Okay. I don't know, I lost Howard. All right, number 11, rezoning ordinance. We already discussed that. That's going to be on for the 10th at 7:01 p.m. Commissioner reports.
Wait,
Sorry.
can I add, excuse me, Mayor?
Go ahead, sorry,
We
go ahead.
also have, there's two other ordinances to go with that. There's the amendment to the extended hours license. And then there's also the nuisance abatement ordinance. So both of those would be on for public hearing.
Okay, so 7:01 p.m.
7 o'clock, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner reports, y'all have none, right? Right? Okay, I don't see Howard, so I'm assuming no. Announcements, there are none. Adjournment, motion to adjourn?
No, wait. I'm sorry. I know, you almost got away with it. Okay, so I'm just clarifying these because tomorrow I have to post both the public notice and the agenda to meet my 72-hour requirement, okay? 48-hour requirement, sorry. And the only two items that we have for Monday will be the furniture, and the second item will be the engineer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I am anticipating no changes because once I go ahead and put it up there, remember, I have to stay within those 48 hours. And because we're having virtual meetings, I'm highly recommending that items are not put on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting only because it doesn't give the residents ample time to look at any of these documents. Where when we're in the commission chambers, I would have the documents, a copy of them available to the public. So please, I'm highly just making sure that these are the only two items that I'm going to be posting tomorrow. The other question that I had is what time tomorrow what time on Monday do you guys want to have this meeting? 6 o'clock?
It's all up to DeVille. He's the only one that we're worried about.
Commissioner, are you available?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay.
Wait, I'm
All right.
sorry, Marlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we need to do the computer too? The Dell workstation and the iPad?
I thought we do. Okay, then I'll add that to it too. Glad you said that.
Yes, need to do that.
the computer and the laptop.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't want him sitting at the
Laptop.
desk and not doing anything. Okay. All right, I got those. So, okay, so those are the 4 items that I'm gonna put forth, working on it tomorrow. And that last thing that I wanted to ask you, Mayor, you mentioned about opening up the town on June 1st. I'm gonna beg of you if we could change that to June 8th, and I'll tell you why. We talked about the plexiglass. We talked about how we're gonna start implementing for people to go into town hall and all that. I think we need a little bit of time just to make sure that we do it properly. Currently, what I've noticed is that other municipalities are utilizing the taking the temperature of anybody who walks in. They have to wear the mask. And the other thing I was going to mention to you is that if, for example, we do open up to do the code enforcement meeting, we would have to have everybody outside sitting in their cars. And when that item came up, they would be able to come inside. That's the way it's being handled in doctor's appointments or other places where, you know, people will congregate. That's how they're doing it. And that would be my recommendation. But again, I think that this is a conversation that we need to have moving forward. What is the process going to be to start opening up the town? So just wanted your input if what you recommend. Okay. Yeah, I had kind of made the suggestion before to Mark that we kind of do like the, you know, the drive-through movie theater screen where you have it outside. A lot of cities have been doing that as well. Where they put a screen up outside so that you could see what's going on inside the commission chamber. And those things were cheap. They were like $85. We can work it out. Right now, I kind of just want to make sure that the employees are coming in and doing work.
June the 8th?
Well, do you want to open it up for the employees to come back June 1st? And then we open it up to the public on June 8th after we have everything sorted out? Is that your preference? Yeah, we can do that. I just want to, I don't want full, we don't have a lot of people coming into the city. It's usually people just paying BTR in the building department. Those are the 2 things. And we can also probably set up a drop box in the front too for BTR. But I do think that, you know, everything else is opening, so it's time to bring people back in. Okay, I just wanted to, you know, make sure how we were going to do it because we have the manager coming in on Monday. And I just figured if we gave him a week to at least, you know, make sure that we handle the process correctly, it would just be better for the town than to, you know, open it up in 3 days and not really have much in place. I'd like to have something more organized, that's all. So Monday, the 1st, we can have the employees return to town, of course, with the same precautions of continuing to wear their masks and to have their temperature taken. And then on the 8th, we can start opening up the town, the actual town hall, but again, with the same limitations of a mask, the social distancing, the taking their temperature, and also having in the front lobby, the plexiglass, having the plexiglass in the building department, and probably having to put the plexiglass as well in Michelle's area for individuals that are walking in there as well. So we just need to have the plexiglass put in all the different locations that our employees are going to be exposed. Mm-hmm. Does that sound good? Is that okay? That's fine. I'm trying to find a thermometer right now on Amazon, and I'm not seeing anything that shipping wise that's gonna get here in a week. Well, that's why I said if we could, you know, do it on the 8th for that reason. I mean, we can, you know, move it. We don't have to open on the 8th. We can move it another week, just to make sure we have everything up. That's the reason why I wanted to give us ample time to have all this process in place before, you know, we go ahead and start, you know, letting people in the door. Yeah. I will tell you the truth. I went this weekend to Ross. There was no social distancing. Everybody was crammed up on top of each other. I was really surprised, and I made a turn. I walked right outside the door very quickly. While I went to another office where I was asked to stay outside. I was told that when my appointment was available, they would call me.
and I stayed in my car, social distancing. I had to wear my mask. I was asked to go in when my appointment was, at the moment, not be hanging around or anything like that. So I think we can do some of that with the town. And if we want to do these code enforcement meetings, I think that would be the way to address those. And honestly, these virtual meetings, I think everybody's happy with until they actually tell us we can't use this anymore. I would recommend we continue using this method because I think it's very efficient and effective.
Okay, I just sent you a thermometer. Let's start out with the first everyone returning to work.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you. I just sent you a thermometer, so there's one. I'm trying to
You
see
sent
what
me a
other-
thermometer?
It's in your.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So figure out which ones y'all want and how many y'all want to get. The plexiglass y'all on your own because I have no idea where to get that from.
Yeah, I think we can do one at the front. One for building department and one for us in the entering town hall. And I don't think we need to spend any more money than that. I think that's sufficient.
And
Honestly.
well, checking employees versus checking the public.
Right, right.
Okay, this managers will get together and figure out what the plan is gonna be as far as who's gonna be testing and monitoring and all that stuff.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Motion to adjourn.
Everybody have a good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night, Madam Mayor. Gina.
Good night, Howard.
And Ray and.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks
This
for everything.
conference is
And
no
Chris,
longer
I'm
being
gonna call you
recorded.
tomorrow.
Good morning.
All right, good morning.
And McGill, I'll catch up with you tomorrow afternoon. We'll organize it all.